It's early in Kolkata, it's December, and it's time for Tata Steel 25K. We're all warming up for a magnificent event that lies ahead. Look at these wonderful warm-up shots. This is what we've all waited an entire year for. In fact, we've waited 3 years for it, and this is another magnificent event in the making. The City of Joy awaits. And early in the morning, at 5:40 is when the Open 10K race began. All of Kolkata came out to run in droves, in hundreds, in thousands. What a wonderful sight for this city. And as some early morning runners try to go for their regular morning walks, look what we have lined up for you. It's a fabulous list. 5:40 in the morning is when the Open K started. 6:25, the elite races followed a minute later by the Open 25K. We've got champions with disability, and everything wraps up with the Anondo Run. And here I am, waiting at the start-finish line. There's so much activity happening. You can see the runners, so many of them in Argentina jerseys, just running past me. Just to my left, you can see the grandstand, the prize distribution stage, all the dignitaries waiting to line up. But most importantly, it's a sea of humanity that's walking past here. It's a privilege to be at the start-finish line at Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. There's no other place I'd rather be early on a December Sunday morning. But in the studio, it's an important place, and what a location for another legend in Tim Hutchings.
Thanks, Gautam. Well, it might be on fire outside. The racing will be very special indeed, even though it's cool. But in here, in this glorious studio, it's cool and calm. Look at this, what a backdrop. The Halwa railway station, the bridge behind. We have comfortable chairs, a massive desk. I've worked in a few studios in my time, never in one quite this big and this glorious. We're going to have a great time with these thousands of runners over the next 4 hours. Over to you, Jinya.
Hey, thank you so much, Tim. A very, very good morning. It is going to be a grand morning. It is going to be absolutely spectacular. Welcome to TSK 25K. Well, all the action is going to happen right here. Notun Josh, Notun Run, Tata Steel 25K. I am looking forward to exciting conversation, fun conversation with all the dignitaries, and I'm going to know their fitness journey. But as of now, what's happening across the road? Let's find out. Over to you, Mobani.
The first few hundred metres of the athletes. Over 15,000 have entered today. Entries have been coming in over the last few days, thick and fast. Daylight just coming up, as you can see. But it is a cool morning. Our phones have been telling us it's about 14 or 15 degrees, but we reckon it's about 11 or 12. Pretty cool by Kolkata standards. Although I have to tell you, I flew in from London just a couple of days ago, and it's about -3 there, and there's a couple of inches of snow on the ground. So for me, this is a warm summer's day at this time of year. Well, the racing is coming up. Those elite athletes are now just over 20 minutes away. At 25 past, they get underway. We'll be right back. Later on, we've got our unbelievable runners, our believe runners, in fact, the Notun Josh runners. They have such astonishingly inspiring stories. Look forward to each of those.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test series. Bangladesh versus India, second Test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Pharmacy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats.
Inspiring, what can you say?
Often, their greatness is witnessed on the court.
Are you marinating in the madness of Melbourne?
It not only echoes in their unbeaten streaks,
Djokovic dominates.
but also reflects in their fandom. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here.
Amazing scenes.
Australian
The
Open,
Australian Open champion.
Slam of the Greats. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
Hey! सबके सब लेट जाओ! बस! मैनेजर, खड़ा हो जाओ!
तब क्या?
चलो!
Break it down! प्रारंभ कीजिए.
Oh my God! Show slam! Absolutely incredible!
लूटोगे तो टूटोगे. बैंक क्यों लूट रहे हो? अगर लाइफ में लूटना ही है, मजे लूटो.
जैसे पूरा इंडिया लूटता है WWE के साथ.
WWE meets 100% Shoot Sports Entertainment.
Only on Sony Sports Network. On Sony Sports Network.
किक ऑफ तो आपने कई सारे देखे होंगे, पर ये किक ऑफ सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पे दिखेगा. यहाँ मिलेंगे फुटबॉल के ग्रेट्स.
Namaste, India.
मार्क एंड टेरी के नेवर एंडिंग डिबेट्स. ट्रांसफर रूमर्स.
He spent 60 million on players.
और ढेर सारा ह्यूमर. किक ऑफ एवरी मंडे एंड फ्राइडे 8 p.m. live on the Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Amul, the taste of India. प्राइम वॉलीबॉल के सुपर ह्यूमंस जहां, पब्लिक वहां. ग्रुप ए प्राइम वॉलीबॉल लीग पावर्ड बाय 823, 4 फरवरी से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test series. Bangladesh versus India, second Test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Pharmacy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
One day I got up and realized life is too short to just walk, so I started running. From 5 to 10 to now 25. My first 25, it's not going to be easy, but definitely worth it. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Yes, I'm still trying to warm up here. As Tim mentioned moments ago, it might say 15 degrees. It feels more like 11 degrees. It feels like 8 degrees. That's why we've all got to warm up at the start-finish line of Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. We've got thousands who went out for the Open 10K, but some very special runners are going to be out there on the course in Kolkata. One of them is a special story looking to break a record. Have a look and we'll see much more of this special gentleman called Asif. It's our Notun Alo story.
Darkness, was what Mohammad Asif Iqbal was born into. Unwanted, uncomfortable, isolated, destined to live with blindness. It wasn't until extended family brought him to the US that Asif experienced a normal childhood. The voices that told him he was a defect, a burden, slowly faded away. Perhaps it was destiny that Asif landed up in Oregon, the home of global distance running.
Total distance, 4.51 kilometers. Moving.
And years later, back in Kolkata, running was what the subconscious instantly suggested when he was struggling with a fitter self. Contrary to being daunted by running headlong into traffic, running helped Asif transcend the most important limitation that existed in his mind.
All my life, I've been chasing how to be normal, but I often question myself, why be normal if I can achieve to be extraordinary? Running, I find it very liberating as I compete against myself, and it offers me scope of improving performance. Today has to be better than yesterday. Tomorrow has to be better than today.
Start date edit, decade, 2020, Technot, start time edit combo collect, 1.
Today, the father, corporate executive, and marathoner is out once again to challenge all that constitutes the word ability. And a world record is just the beginning.
What a wonderful story it is. All of us would love to be out there and keeping an eye on Asif's exploits, but there has to be someone who has to actually be there, and he was there early in the morning to make sure that everything was right. And this is a little bit about the adjudicator for that Asian record we mentioned.
What we are going to see, it's not an easy task. Mr. Asif Iqbal, who is a blind runner, going to get a record of 25-kilometer running without any touch. We are very excited to watch his record, and we will judge him through two parameters. One is whether he has any support or not, and second is the length of the run. Anything can happen today. We wish he achieves his dream target.
There it is. That is the record, the Asia Book of Records that Asif Iqbal is going for. The adjudicator will be there, and of course we'll be keeping an eye on him throughout the course of this race in Kolkata. These are shots from early in the morning. 5:40 is when the open 10K started, and Asif began just a few minutes before that. But we mentioned we've got a big team in place here at Tata Steel 25K. We will, of course, keep an eye on everyone who's there. That's the start of Asif's race. Remember, as we told you, it's about being guided, voice guided. And there's another familiar figure looking to flag off Asif early in the morning. Vivek P. Singh was there, Joint Managing Director of Procam International. Moments before the Open 10K started, sun still hadn't come up in Kolkata, and that's how everyone's Josh, everyone's Notun Josh was there. And in Asif's case, it was Notun Josh and Notun Alo. What a wonderful story, what a heartwarming story indeed it is for all the runners in Kolkata. Well, this is where we are at the start-finish line. We're still looking for our full team out there. Mobani, where are you?
Hello everybody, I am Magic Mobani, and I would love to tell you more about this place, which is the holding area. Exactly 13,000 runners are here today for the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. And this cannot get any more exciting because the sky is putting up the rouge, which we were looking for, and you can imagine how magical it is all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to welcome the international elite runners to Kolkata for the Tata Steel 25K. First, let's welcome in bib number 1, Leonard Basaton from Kenya, the defending champion and the course record holder at the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. Will he defend his crown? There are enough challengers in bib number 2. Victor Kiplangat from Uganda, the Commonwealth Games 2022 marathon champion, is here to make his presence felt. And the challenge continues in bib number 3. Birhanu Legese from Ethiopia, the 2-time Tokyo Marathon champ, 2-time Delhi Half Marathon champ, and the former champion here in Kolkata from 2018 is back to regain his crown. There it is for the international elite men. What about the ladies? Let's welcome the ladies to Kolkata in bib number 101, Ashete Bekere from Ethiopia. The runner-up at the Tokyo Marathon 2022 is making her debut in Kolkata today. In bib number 102, Desi Jisa from Bahrain, the runner-up from the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, is back to claim her maiden 25K title. And in bib number 103, Zaineba Yimir from Ethiopia, making her running debut here in Kolkata, will be out her authority. Let's hear it for the champions here today. And of course, if the Indian men and women are all set, let's welcome them in a typical Kolkata welcome. In bib number 52, put your hands together for Murli Avit, the 2019 Asian Championships 10,000 meter silver medalist, is out to claim his first Kolkata title. Not far behind on his heels in bib number 53, a familiar figure on these streets, Abhishek Pal, the former Delhi Half Marathon champion and Murli's biggest rival, will be gunning for this particular title. The Indian men are out there and set. Let's join the Indian ladies in bib number 121. Please welcome Sanjeevani Jadhav, former Delhi Half Marathon and TCS World 10K Bengaluru champion, out to claim her first crown in Kolkata. And in bib number 120, put your hands together for Prajakta Godbole, the 2019 World University Games 5,000 meter runner, is gunning for her first ever international race title. Come on, Kolkata, let's give all these wonderful men and women a warm welcome. Time for us to take a quick break. On the other side, live action at the much-awaited Tata Steel Kolkata 25K.
Hi, this is my first 25K and I'm really excited. Focusing on my training and being consistent, I think, is going to be the key to finishing well. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network!
डिलीवरी कब है बेटा?
नहीं होगी डिलीवरी। अब तू डिलीवर कर, जल्दी जल्दी।
सबके सब ले जाओ।
बस।
सबके सब मैनेजर खड़ा हो जाओ।
Oops, दब गया।
चलो।
Break it down! Break it down! Break it down! And look at the intensity, the ferocity in the eyes. Break it down! Break it down! Oh my God! It's Drew McIntyre! What a combination!
Bro, start. प्रारंभ कीजिए।
छोटे, तू स्टार्ट कर।
You.
तू।
You.
तू। अबे तुम नहीं,
स्कॉटिश वॉरियर स्टार्ट करेंगे।
Oh my God! Shock swirl! मचेगा यहाँ धूमधाम. Break it, break it, break it. मचेगा यहाँ धूमधाम. Oh my goodness! मचेगा यहाँ धूमधाम. Destruction everywhere you look. Look at this! A wicked suplex. Powerbomb! Pure decimation. Roman Reigns, Superman punch! The kiss of death! Auga, auga, auga! Oh, oh. Absolutely incredible!
लूटोगे तो टूटोगे।
Tsutoge! McIntyre with a claymore! Laissez lutter Kuhobe. Action के लिए. Hashtag drama! मजा
हैं?
पैसे?
तो बैंक क्यों लूट रहे हो? ब्रो, अगर लाइफ में लूटना ही है, मजे लूटो।
जैसे पूरा इंडिया लूटता है WWE के साथ। जबर मस्ती, तगड़ा एक्शन और जमकर मजा। रॉ, NXT और स्मैकडाउन में।
WWE means 100% शुद्ध स्पोर्ट्स एंटरटेनमेंट। कहाँ दिखेगा?
Only on Sony Sports Network. Only on Sony Sports Network. On Sony Sports Network. On Sony Sports Network.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
प्राइम वॉलीबॉल के सुपर ह्यूमंस जहां पब्लिक वहां ग्रुप ए प्राइम वॉलीबॉल लीग पावर्ड बाय 823 4 फरवरी से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
I'm running TSK 25K for the first time. I'm very much excited. I ran in this event twice earlier in 10K segments. This time I'm targeting 25K and I'm very much excited for the run. Notun Josh, Notun run.
We're at the start line live in Kolkata for the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. You can see the elite runners are all set, and these are the big names we've talked about. We've briefly seen Leonard Basseton, the defending champion, Victor Kiplangat, Biranu Legese, who's won it before, Kedebe Wami from Ethiopia. These are some of the big names to look out for. Alfred Negemo, Abisa Tola and Abel Sikowo from Uganda. The elite men to look out for. They're at the start line, and what a sight it is. The grandstand to the left, the misty wintry skies just behind, and the Indian men. A lot of names who have run here before. Srinu Bugata, he's been a great runner. Murli Gavit, lots expected from him. Abhishek Pal, of course, has been winning races. Harshad Matre, Anil Yadav, Durga Buddha, and Savan Barwal and Kalidas Hirave, also, who's been a force to reckon with in Indian running circles. There they are with just the final warm-ups before they get to the start line. 6:25 local time is when the elite race gets underway, followed a minute later by the open race. Some of the ladies that we can have a look at.
Yes, just a very high quality but fairly small international elite field. Just 9 athletes there, but Merceline Chelangat there from Uganda. She's very much amongst the favourites. Chelangat, well, she's very experienced indeed. It's her birthday yesterday, actually. She's a 68-minute half marathon runner, 21K. Of course, this distance, 25K. Just asking a little bit more of the athletes.
Sanjeevani Jadhav, well, she'll be in among the front runners, as will Prajakta Godbole. The dignitaries are all out there. At some point, we'll have a look at people from various walks of life, and some of our stars, of course. His Excellency, the Governor of West Bengal will be there. The Honourable Minister of Sport, Adil Sumariwala, always there, President of the Athletics Federation of India, making a list of all the dignitaries. And we look like we're underway.
We are underway, yeah. We didn't actually get the gun. The guy is actually setting off from the line, but the clock is running. 15 seconds now. We're expecting Sikowo to go out pretty hard here. He is the pacemaker, the 23-year-old Ugandan. And of course, this is a fast, flat course. There was talk at the press conference 2 days ago of course records and even world records. And look at the prize money. These are professional athletes. That's what they come for. $7,500 to the winner, $5,000 to second place, $3,000 for third place, and so on. That's the same for the men and women. It's big money to take back to East Africa. And these athletes will be in training for many, many weeks, absolutely focused upon today's race. The pacemaker is there to get them into a nice rhythm, settle them down over the first few kilometers, perhaps to halfway, maybe slightly beyond. Then he will move aside, Sikowo, and let the racers get on with the latter stages where they'll be taking chunks out of each other if it was a boxing match.
Well, if you can imagine the sea of humanity that's following those elite runners, that is, of course, the open race, the 25-kilometer open race that started 1 minute after the elite athletes all going down this iconic red road, also called Indira Gandhi Sarani. 25K, the amateurs, and the Vijay Diwas Trophy. It's wonderful to have all the armed forces coming together to compete for the Vijay Diwas Trophy. They form such an integral part of Kolkata's landscape, and especially this area that falls under the purview of the army. They are the hosts, if you like, and what a wonderful part of the city it is. The tree-lined avenue that we've all known as Red Road from time immemorial.
I've been learning a bit about this part of the city, Gotham. It's quite amazing. The race course just to the south of here, 153 acres. Eden Gardens, what is it, the third biggest cricket ground in the world. Fort William, of course, quite glorious too. It's a beautiful big open space and wonderful for the runners to come out and jog throughout the year.
Yeah, and there's this large lung of green that you can see in the distance behind the runners. It's called the Maidan. It's basically just green space. Lots of amateur runners, lots of amateur cricket, football that happens. But for the moment, it's elite sport. For the moment, it's the elite. The Tata Steel Kolkata 25K that's underway. Sikowo, Tim, as you mentioned, the pacemaker for the uninitiated. He's not the leader of the race, really. He's just setting a time for the likes of the champion runners. Legese just behind him at the moment.
Yes, he's been asked to turn out a pace of a 2:54 per kilometre. That would take them through half marathon in 61:10, and then they've got to keep going at that speed. There is the course, Gotham. You know the city well.
Yes,
much better than me.
They go around Strand Road, just past the river into Mayo Road, and then they enter the heart of the city, AJC Bose Road, Syed Amir Ali Avenue, Ashutosh Chaudhary Avenue. Then they take a right, just coming back towards the river side of the city into the Alipur area. Racecourse is where they circumvent past the iconic Victoria Memorial and back to Red Road for the start-finish line.
The athletes will love this course, Gotham, because it's long, straight stretches, sweeping curves. There's a couple of U-turns where they have to slow down and make a sharp turn. But actually, by international standards, this is a super fast course. We did have course records back in 2019, 3 years ago, the last time this race was held, in both the men's and women's categories. And those are the targets for these athletes. For the men, 1 hour 13:05 by Barsaton, who is here today to defend his title. That was back in the middle of December 2019.
Well, we've seen just a hint of the course. We've seen the course map, but the man who actually makes sure it's in tip-top shape is Hugh Jones.
Welcome to the 2022 edition of the Tata Steel 25K. We've got a great race in store with, after 3 years out of action, we're now back on the streets of Calcutta with an exciting prospect to the race. There's a couple of places on the course I'd like to check out, just to do it local style. We're at 11.5 kilometres into the course, and this is the only significant rise that there is anywhere along the 25 kilometre course. Given that, it's always likely that there might be somebody who wants to make an effort and make a break going up the hill. If they're feeling like stretching their legs, this is a good place to do it. This is the second of 2 U-turns on the course. The runners are approaching this way and they do a sweeping U-turn around here. It's 23 kilometres at this point. That's 2 kilometres to go. So once they've made this turn, that mentally they're really heading for home. And anybody who doesn't fancy their chances in the last 200-metre sprint out will want to start trying to put on pressure from here, make a break somewhere in the next half mile. We've seen a couple of places on the course where runners might want to change pace, but generally speaking, it's a pretty fast course and the conditions are good. We're going to see some nice times, fast times coming out at this race. It's great to be back after 3 years absence on the streets of Kolkata, and I think we're going to see some really special action on Sunday.
Wonderful to have Hugh Jones keeping an eye on the course. Tim, at some point in time, you need to get into one of those yellow cabs.
We do indeed, yes. Hugh, of course, knows a thing or two about running. He was a former winner of the London Marathon, a great racer himself in years gone by. Sikowo doing a great job here, as you can see. And I'm not surprised to see Behanu Legesse in second place there, identically clad, because the Ethiopian is a fabulously consistent runner. He knows the course. He won here 4 years ago in 2018. Well, the athletes are of very high calibre and they're looking for that big prize money. And these are the favourites. Barsaton is the defending champion. He didn't expect to be reigning for 3 years, the Kenyan, but he has the course record. Kiplangat, well, he's the Commonwealth Games champion in the marathon from this summer just gone in Birmingham. And he's had a wonderful year so far. And Legesse is super consistent. Watch him. He's been managing injuries to his hip and his foot, Legesse, but I suspect he is perhaps the marginal favourite.
Yeah, he is the one who's been tracking the pacemaker early on, Tim. He won here in 2018, and I think he seems just a little bit more determined than our defending champion from 2019.
No, exactly right, although they are watching each other very carefully in these early stages. There are only 7.5 minutes on the clock. What's interesting is that Legesse is going with a pacemaker here, and yet I was talking to his manager yesterday, and he said he has a fabulous sprint finish. He's never lost a sprint finish. He always wins if he's there at the finish. So you'd think he might be sitting behind the other guys, saving that speed.
Yeah, the Indian men are out there. You can see they're just huffing and puffing ever so slightly. We've got Man Singh over there, and we go back to the elite athletes there, still keeping an eye on the pacemaker. Try and see at some point in time we'll get sector times, and Tim knows these times down to the last second to see how Sikowo is keeping the pace of this race up.
Well, we will be getting information throughout the race, and these athletes will be trying to hit a nice steady tempo. You can see it's a really good quality road surface here in Kolkata. 3 kilometres there, that goes by in what, 8:37, something like that. That is quick. That is a bit quicker than I was expecting, I think. Interesting to see Tola is there, Abdissa Tola, the 22-year-old to the left, the tall figure in the black shorts and the white vest. He's very inexperienced, the Ethiopian, but back in October last year, he hit the international scene with a real bang, winning the Rome Ostia Marathon from the Italian capital out to the coast. He won a famous half marathon under 60 minutes. That's the benchmark of supreme world class, 60 minutes for the half marathon. So he is learning all the time. The tallest lad there to the left of picture, Abdissa Tola.
And they're coming up to a very significant and very picturesque part of the course here in Kolkata. They're going to take a sweeping right turn very shortly because they're coming up onto Strand Road, which straddles the River Hooghly, which of course is running alongside this beautiful part of the city. They will go all along the river before they head just past the iconic Eden Gardens that you mentioned moments ago. For the moment, they're between the 3 and 4 kilometer mark, are the elite runners being led still by Sikovo, the pacemaker, and some of the key names are just behind him. There's Barsaton, there's Legese, both of them, as you said, keeping an eye on each other. And just behind them, also in the orange shorts, is Victor Kiplangat.
Yes, Barsaton there to the left of picture, virtually the smallest man in the group. He is a complete runner, what I like to call a complete runner, because he's great on the track in stadium athletics. In cross-country running, he's a real force, and he's a wonderful road runner as well. Well, here the best of the ladies, and Ashite Bekere very much to the fore, following the pacemaker. There is a male pacemaker for them, Bernard Cheptok in the all-black strip there. Bernard, he is a good runner himself as well. He's a 2:14 marathon runner. But the ladies are trusting him to lay down this good pace, 3:17 per kilometre, which would take them to the half marathon 21k in 69 minutes, 69:17. So we'll see how they go. They need to pass 5k in 16:25, but that looks like quite a tight bunch at the moment at the front of the women's race.
Just got a glimpse of the second Hooghly Bridge. The two ways you can actually get across this magnificent Hooghly River. And what wonderful aerial shots we can get to get a better perspective of the races down these tree-lined avenues in this part of the city. That's the right turn we mentioned moments ago. Now, as we look at it, the river will be to the right, the green army areas to the left. As they come down Strand Road in Kolkata, they'll be coming to the 4-kilometer mark very quickly, 3.8, 3.9. There they are. They've just got past the 4-kilometer marker here in Kolkata, and that is the sign that they are alongside the river to the right and Fort William to the left as we look at it.
I'm really encouraged by the speed they're moving at, Gotham, because they are inside the course record tempo, certainly. Legese there, very powerfully built. I wonder how well he's been managing those hip and foot injuries that we've been hearing about. Apparently they've been troubling him for the last couple of years, and a bit like professional footballers or in other sports where athletes have to perform carrying injuries, some of these fellas just manage injuries. They train hard every day through each week, but actually they're getting massage and treatment on various aches and pains. And Legese in particular said he has been suffering from that. In fact, his own physio, who's based in Ethiopia but is a Dutchman who's from Holland, has travelled here with him to help some of the other athletes as well. But Legese has been getting treatment in the last few days.
Just a few hundred meters back, maybe a little bit more than that, as we get to the 12-minute, almost a 13-minute mark. The elite ladies there with their male pacemaker, as you said, Tim, in the all-black. The lead runners are still there.
Yes, and Bekere there, right behind the black-clad Bernard Cheptok, is a very, very strong. I think she will want this to remain healthy, this tempo, the 34-year-old. She's had two great marathons this year. Back in February, she ran 2:17 in Tokyo, 2 hours 17 for second place in the Tokyo Marathon. That actually was in early March. And then at the London Marathon, back on the 2nd of October, she was 6th in 2:19. So twice this year, she has punched through the 2:20 barrier. She didn't finish the World Championships Marathon back in the summer. Remember, that was over on the Pacific Northwest of the USA in Eugene. The World Championships Marathon was in very warm conditions. Even though she's run 25 marathons, that was the first time she's failed to finish one. Well, let's have a look at those very best women. Bekere, as I've said, a super consistent marathon racer. Jissa from Bahrain, a former Ethiopian. She's not as quick over the marathon distance, but she does have a very strong half marathon time with 68 minutes. She was second here 3 years ago. And Zainiba Yima there, the 24-year-old Ethiopian, is a very, very quick half marathon racer at 65 minutes. And I would say perhaps that makes her the favourite, Zainiba Yima.
Back to the men there. Still we're seeing the three men that we talked about. Leonard Barsaton right there in the middle. Legese leading the way. Kiplangat just behind. And we can see the aerial shot of the ladies just getting past there. This group very closely bunched together.
They are, aren't they? Yes. And I'm not surprised to see that early stages as yet. Obviously, Abdita is at the back of the group there in the blue to the right of picture. She's only run 71 minutes for the half marathon. She's quite inexperienced. A lot of her racing has been back in Ethiopia. But because, of course, Ethiopia and most of Kenya is at high altitude, the times that come out of the Ethiopian races can be deceptive. They look slow on paper, but when you take into account the fact that they're running at high altitude where there's less oxygen, you've got to take minutes off those times very often. So Abdita, for me, is a bit of a dark horse here in that blue T-shirt. I think she could cause a bit of a surprise.
Closely bunched runners. We know the men are just getting to and past the 5 kilometer mark. 15.5 minutes done on the clock. There we can see they've just taken the turn. And once they take the turn, what you're seeing to the right, Tim, are all the gates that lead into the iconic Eden Gardens. If there was a cricket match on, this place would be absolutely jam-packed with over 60,000 trying to get in to watch a cricket match. At the moment, the gates are shut because Calcutta, or Kolkata as it is now, is witnessing this magnificent elite sport, the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. You can just get a glimpse of one of the floodlight towers of the Eden Gardens in the background.
Well, the time came up there for 5K at 14:28. That is almost spot on the tempo they wanted. They were looking for 14:30. They're a little bit inside that, so they are on course record schedule. You can see Sokowo there. Just checked his watch. He's doing a good job. That is good professional pacemaking. It shows he's thinking on his feet. And very often in these front-on shots, Gotham, you don't get an idea of how quickly they're moving because they're running at the camera. But when you look at them from side on, my word, are they absolutely flying. They are tearing around the streets of the city much quicker than your normal rush hour traffic.
Well, as they turn right, and this is the area where a lot of the cars have been parked to come and witness this race. This is not far from the start-finish line, but they'll be just making a little left turn here. Predicted finish times, Tim?
Yeah, they're on schedule for something around 1:12.5, and the course record is 1:13.40. So they are certainly running very quickly here. The course record 1:13.05 actually is the men's event record. I'm not quite sure where that figure came from, but Barseton's time in 2019 was 1:13.05. They've just gone past 6K with what, about 17:20 on the clock, something like that. So this is going well. It's rolling out really well. Conditions, I have to say, Gotham, are perfect. I mean, I come from the UK, a windy little island to the northwest of Europe, where we get so much rain and wind and cold weather. Here, it's about 12, 14 degrees. There's no wind. Great quality road surface. I mean, it really is beautifully looked after, this area in Hastings. And I think these conditions are as good as they could possibly be.
Rain and wind, add a bit of snow to that very recently in the UK. We don't get any of that in Kolkata, but if you look at the bottom, this is what we'll be keeping an eye on. This is where you can keep an eye on friends, relatives, friends who will become friends very soon, and it's always good to keep an eye on familiar faces, and we'll make sure you keep doing that throughout the course of this run and not lose sight of our international athletes as they head to another iconic part of the city, a couple of little roundabouts there as they'll head towards Park Street, which is really the hub of the city when it comes close to Christmas time, Tim. We're a week away, and this street will be lit up with Christmas lights when it comes to 7 days' time from now.
Well, I need your advice on Christmas shopping. Gotham, I'm not going back to London until tomorrow night, and I've got an awful lot of Christmas shopping to do as yet.
I think some of these ladies as well have had their eye on Christmas shopping. Maybe some of them will be richer if they win this race. We've talked about the prize money, and that can give you a lot of Christmas shopping here in Kolkata. Look at those buses there parked in the background. They're taking this right turn. Eden Gardens in the background. They're not too far away from where the men are. This is Mayo Road. They're just taking that right turn we saw the men take earlier.
16:22 at 5K got them. Their target time was 16:25 for the pace that was meant to be run by the pacemaker. So this is brilliant pacemaking, both in the men's and women's races. They're on schedule for course records. The pacemakers are doing a wonderful job. Bernard Cheptoch here, the male pacemaker for the ladies. That makes it a mixed race, by the way, and there are obviously course records around the world at different events for a mixed race and for a women-only race. But this is a mixed race today. But these ladies, it's great to see them taking the opportunity, grabbing the bull by the horns and going with this tempo from Cheptoch.
Well, they took a right turn, these athletes. If they'd taken a left turn at that last roundabout, they would have landed up at the wonderful Oberoi Grand, which is more than just a hotel. It is an icon. It is a landmark of the city. You ask most people around the world, if they come to Kolkata, where would they like to stay? It's the Oberoi Grand. Wonderfully appointed rooms, great old world charm. And if there's one place you'd like to be if you're not in your room, it's at the poolside.
Haven't got there myself yet, but I hope to tomorrow, maybe for an hour or two.
Look at those lights in the background. Merry Christmas, it says. Christmas and New Year. This is where you'll see hundreds, thousands, lakhs of Kolkatans come out there to celebrate the new season. There's another landmark of the city. A lot of the nightclubs. The iconic 60s is where this street, Park Street, used to be buzzing with trinkers, with Moulin Rouge, all the singers, and it still has come alive in Kolkata. This is Park Street. Our Notun Alo hero, there you see, going for an Asian record. This is Asif. He's attempting to go for the entire race without any sort of physical contact. It's only with audible help from his companions.
And it is fantastic. I mean, clearly Asif Iqbal has built up this confidence of running despite his being visually challenged. And he here is trying to set this record without any contact. So normally you run with a guide runner and you have a piece of rope or a piece of rubber between yourself. I actually helped a blind runner in a race in New Zealand many, many years ago in a half marathon. And it's hard running at their tempo and trying to stay very close to them and not pulling them all over the place with the small connection between yourself and the runner. This for Asif Iqbal, in a way, makes it easier for him, but he has to trust these athletes who are giving him audible guidance.
Yeah, this is a rare uphill stretch. This is a flyover I use every morning to get to work. So it's a familiar area for me. One side of the road, of course, is still being used by cars, trucks, buses, everyone. But the other side has been earmarked for this particular race. And the elite athletes will be coming here very shortly down Syed Amir Ali Avenue and beyond.
I just get the impression from these pictures of the elites that they have picked the tempo up. Sikowo doing a fabulous job here, the Ugandan, the 23-year-old. He's a great runner in his own right. He's a steeplechaser, actually. You know, those 7.5 laps of the track, climbing over all those barriers, clearing all those barriers. But he has run under 28 minutes for 10K on the road. He's very, very fast and powerful, and he's doing a great job here, taking on the burden of pushing the pace. It's much easier physically because you're protected a little bit and you get some, he's pushing through the air for you, but psychologically as well, it's a big, big help to be tucked in behind somebody. So those others behind him, I think there's 5 of them, are enjoying the ride at the moment. I wonder how far Sikowo will go before they actually have to start racing each other.
Coming up to the 8-kilometer mark, Tim, just a little aside, they've just gone past the place I grew up and was educated, my old school. They've just gone past St. Xavier's School.
You're kidding. Ah! Your home patch got them.
Yep, this is the other end of Park Street as we know it. They've come in from the far end of it, which is where the Christmas lights we saw, and this is the other end of Park Street where they will continue before they take a sweeping right turn again at the 9-kilometer mark. At the moment, they're still on the straight and long and narrow stretch of Park Street. Sikowo, the pacemaker, still leading this leading pack. Basaton is in there. Kiplangat is in there. Birhanu Legese is in there, the 2018 champion at the Tata Steel 25K.
Yes, all the big names are there. Interesting to see Tola there. He's the least famous, in a way, of all of them. The 22-year-old Ethiopian to the left of picture there. He was 6th in Paris back in March in a half marathon, only in 63 minutes. That was very slow. I don't know if he'd had some injuries before that, but that's nowhere near as good as the 59-minute run he had in Italy in October last year. So Tola there looks strong, doesn't he? He's a big lad, towering over the rest of these athletes. but I wonder whether or not he's feeling good or if he's hanging on. It's sometimes very, very hard. You know, these elite athletes, they are so good at their trade that very often they conceal their fatigue and they look comfortable right up to the point where suddenly it's almost like a psychological elastic band snaps and they drop back pretty quickly. But at the moment, everybody in the pack looks very strong.
Just going a little bit further behind where this pack is, we can see the Indian ladies right in there. Got some of the familiar racers. Just had a look at Reenu Singh in the blue vest over there. But we will be keeping an eye on the two leading contenders in Sanjeevani Jadhav and Prajakta Godbode. They were just in the pack behind Reenu Singh. Sikko was still leading the way. Yet another mode of transport we see in Kolkata. Tim, the tram tracks. The tram still very much an integral part of the Kolkata fabric. At the moment, no trams running, just these elite runners just alongside the tram tracks.
Those tram tracks are fairly harmless looking though, aren't they? They had the European Championships a few years ago in Switzerland and in Zurich, and the tram tracks there have such a huge rut that they were actually a danger to the runners in the marathons in that championships, the European Championships, and they had to lay huge ropes that they took from Holland in the gaps of the tram tracks. So you can fill those with ropes if they're very wide and a danger to twisting an ankle and that sort of thing.
These are fine. We actually drive over the tram tracks when there are no trams over there, so it's not, the trams are not exclusive to their track, and this is their right turn that they're taking from Park Street onto Syed Amir Ali Avenue. This is where they're going to pass the flyover. That's the big flyover that is called the Ma flyover here in Kolkata. That takes you from one end of the city where the race course is to the other end where the hotels start and the road to the international airport. Now they've taken the right turn, the tram tracks take this right turn, and now the athletes have taken this turn, watched by several early morning walkers, early morning shoppers. This is Sunday in Kolkata. Traffic on the other side, runners on this side.
Well, there you can see some of the mass runners coming through from the earlier race, that 10K Open and Police Cup that sets off at 5:40. Long time ago now. But these fellas, well, they are more concerned with getting through this intense battle at the front end of the elite race. Nobody prepared to show their colours. I don't know if any of them have been saying to the pacemaker, Sikowo, can you pick it up, please? Can you speed it up? Legesse is right there. The whole race has been tucked in behind Sikowo. So has Barseton, the defending champion, who will be wanting desperately to remain the reigning champion for another good year. Although he hasn't had any good form this year. He's only had a couple of races, Barseton, the Kenyan. He was 7th in a 10K in the USA back in July, and then 37th in the Berlin Marathon back in September in 2016. He's not really a marathon racer. He's a more accomplished half marathon runner, is Barseton there, the smallest man in the group.
You talked about Christmas shopping. They've just gone past one of the iconic malls of the city, Quest Mall in Kolkata, and you can see the general runners there coming in there, proud to be a finisher. We'll keep an eye on so many of them finishing the race and getting the medal for their efforts. It's absolutely wonderful to see a medal they'll treasure for a lifetime. Well, we're back on Syed Amir Ali Avenue. They've passed the big mall. They're going to get past another red light.
They should be past 10K about now as well. I think it'll be interesting to get if we can get those 10K splits, because they'll be very close to it now. Hugh Jones was talking about that hill that's at about between 11 and 12 kilometres. That's very early in the race. He was saying somebody might attack here and use that as an opportunity to break it up. But that's only really at halfway.
That's the one where we saw Asif moments ago. He was just climbing that hill. So we will, of course, keep an eye on these runners. They're just getting past the next red light. One of Kolkata's leading schools, Modern High School for girls, that's on the right. And as they get past the next red light, Tim, another spot I'd love you to visit when you're here, the second oldest cricket club in the world. If Eden Gardens is famous, so is the Calcutta Cricket and Football Club, the second oldest in the world after Lord's.
I'm sure you remember, Gotham. You can take me in there tomorrow for an orange juice. Thank you very much. There we go, the 10K time, 28:59 in the men's race. The target time was 29 minutes exactly. So actually superb pacemaking being laid down here by the Ugandan Abel Sikowo. And as you can see, the big names are there, Barsaton and Legese and Kiplangat, all looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they make a lovely orange juice in there. At the moment, it's just water, a bit of hydration for Sikowo and the other runners as they go past the entrance gate to the cricket and football club. If I hadn't been here in the studio with me, Tim, I'd be right there because that's also where I happen to live, right next door to that. So I'm not home at the moment. I'm privileged to be in the studio with Tim Hutchings at the live coverage of the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, bringing all these wonderful pictures to you with our huge team in place. It's international sport at its best in the city of joy in Kolkata. Proud to welcome Lieutenant General Kalita with us. Sir, first question I want to say to you, you were in charge of the Eastern Command not too long ago. Now your role as GOC&C Eastern Command gives you a little bit more responsibility, sinking your teeth more into it?
Yes, definitely. It adds on to your responsibility, and it's an honor to be here in Kolkata, tenanting this appointment. Thank you.
You've been having a look at all these pictures, and we saw when they got past Fort William and that wonderful part, we were saying that everyone who's involved with the army is almost like playing host. Have you seen fitness levels change over the years?
Yes, definitely, and I must compliment Tata Steel for promoting fitness and health by organizing such competitions here in Kolkata. And this year we have seen very enthusiastic participation by more than 15,000 participants, mostly apart from the elite run, of course. In the general category, we have seen a lot of young women, men and women who are coming up.
Here we're looking at the elite athletes there. Sikowo still getting past. Tim mentioned the slight incline. Now they're going to be coming to that incline very shortly. They've passed the 11-kilometer mark, and it's not too long. Between the 11 and 12-kilometer mark on Ashutosh Chaudhary Avenue is where they take the flyover, which is the one I mentioned I take to work every morning. They've just gone past the crossing, and they'll be approaching that flyover very shortly, which is the incline, Tim.
Yes. At the back of the group, by the way, we haven't mentioned him yet. In the red vest at the back is Ngeno, Alfred Ngeno, a 25-year-old Kenyan. He's run 4 half marathons this year, and this race, of course, is just a little bit further than a half marathon. So he's in good racing form. And I always think you should expect the unexpected in racing. And Ngeno there hasn't shown his colours yet. He's just been tucked in at the back of this group that is clipping along at a very healthy pace. So watch him and Ngeno here. He has raced in India before. He was 10th in the Delhi Half Marathon back in 2018. And he'll be a smart racer because he was based in Japan for a couple of years, 5 years or so ago. And the Japanese, the coaches and the system there, the corporate system of supporting the athletes, tends to bring out very clever racers, let's say.
Well, we've got a big team in place right here across Kolkata. Let's have a look at where Mobani is.
I just love the atmosphere happening right behind me. I can see the electric and the adrenaline rush going on right now because they have smiles on their face. They're very tired. They've just finished the elite 10K run, but the atmosphere is so magical and exciting that it is almost like a magic litmus which is touching us, and I'm enjoying every single moment standing here.
It is, and the magic of running is evident on the streets of Kolkata, and you can see the delight in the faces of everyone who have picked up the medals, and they're enjoying their achievements. Yeah, we're still here in studio with Lieutenant General Kalita. I did mention the fitness levels as the runners make that uphill incline. But it's not just the elite athletes, it's everyone who is part of your force. Vijay Diwas, of course, is so important, not just to celebrate it, but also the fact that you've got many runners who are also getting there and becoming part of this.
Yes, part of this Tata Steel 25K marathon, they are also organizing a Vijay Diwas Cup, where primarily teams from all the three services, that is Army, Navy, Air Force, they are participating, and we have got about close to 31 teams participating this year. And Vijay Divas, you know, it's part of the celebration for victory over Pakistan Army in Bangladesh and liberation of Bangladesh, which has been celebrated in a big way on 15th and 16th of December recently.
I've been reading a lot about the military history of Kolkata over the last few days, and you must feel like you're almost standing on the shoulders of giants because it's got such a rich military history going back many, many years.
Yes, of course. Fort William has a history of more than 250 years, so it's a sort of a heritage site, and there are so many things to see and so many things to learn within Fort William. So we are opening up Fort William in form of a heritage walk for the school children, so that they can come and visit these places and learn more about the history of the place.
Well, we are delighted to be joined by you. Thank you so much, and of course the Vijay Divas celebrations for all your athletes and for playing wonderful host.
Thank you so much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the racing continues. There's the front end of the elite women's field, and no break up yet. Just as in the men's, we've got a small, supreme quality pack at the front end. I can tell you they've gone through 10K in 32:47, almost exactly on the schedule that was planned. It's actually a few seconds inside the schedule that was planned. So things going both in men's and women's races absolutely perfectly at the moment. I wonder if anybody will lose patience in this women's group, because for 2 or 3 of these women, 32:47 got them, is very comfortable running. They can go a couple of minutes quicker than that when they're racing at just a 10K. So they're well within a comfort zone here. And I think we might see in both races negative splits, a quicker second half than the first half.
Is that a product of the way they've been running, or is that anything to do with the actual conditions?
I think probably they're trying to keep their powder dry, just go out at a good, respectable pace to halfway. It's smart, really, because I think, you know, many of them haven't run this course before, so they're feeling their way into the race. It's good to have a nice, steady rhythm laid down by the pacemakers. That means for more economical running. So if you can get to halfway or 2/3 distance, feeling very comfortable, then you can take the gloves off and really unleash your power and aggression in the latter stages. And I think that's what we're going to see in both races, because at the moment this is almost like the warm-up acts for the latter stages.
Yeah, well, we saw the men moments ago ascending that flyover, and this is the exact point where the women are at the moment. They're just going up that flyover, which is the only real incline we have on this course. There you see, uphill, and they're going to come down and take a right turn into a street known as Southern Avenue, which will go alongside the lakes. We've got the River Hooghly, and another picturesque part of the city is the lakefront, where, incidentally, much of Kolkata goes to run early in the morning.
This is where you might see anybody who's been hanging on at what is a very solid tempo begin to struggle, because it looks here like Cheptoch, the pacemaker, has pushed on pretty hard here. He hasn't eased up to the Ugandan 30-year-old in the front, the male pacemaker for these elite women. And I think 1 or 2 athletes are beginning to drop away off the back of this group. So this is sorting out the wheat from the chaff, as we say. Yes, look at that. A couple of athletes beginning to drop away for the first time. And if anything, I reckon there's been an acceleration here from Bernard Cheptoch. And only 3 or 4 athletes have gone with him. He's made this very, very tough for this leading group. Bekele, though, in the white top and the red shorts, the 34-year-old is so experienced. She has clung onto the coattails of Cheptoch, almost like she's tied to him. It's been very impressive from her. She's feeding off him.
Well, we're delighted to be joined in the studio by the Global CEO and Managing Director of Tata Steel, Mr. T.V. Narendran. I'm so glad, taking off the ties, the jackets, and kitted out the way you should be.
Absolutely, absolutely. No better way to be here in the morning today. Yeah.
But this is sort of an iconic feature, an iconic sporting event in Kolkata. It's been going from strength to strength year after year. We had to have a forced break for 3 years. What is the secret behind this, other than the force behind it being Tata Steel?
Well, I think the community was waiting for something like this, because whenever I'm visiting Calcutta, I've been running, and I run into people who say that they're waiting for this to happen. Serious runners, regular runners, So it's wonderful because this is a good time of the year to be outdoors in Kolkata. December is great, and Tata Steel has been supporting this event for a few years, and it's a great way for us to engage with the community and encourage sports and fitness.
And Tim, I must tell you, it's one thing to have someone coming straight from the boardroom into our studio. Mr. Narendran has come straight from the running track, finished a 10K, wiped off the sweat, and he's joined us.
I was going to say, if you just run the 10K, you're looking very calm and clean and demure. So what's your secret?
They just did some makeup outside. That's why I'm looking clean. But yes, no, I love running. I run regularly. I run only the 10K. I don't have any greater ambition, but I run 10K regularly, so I enjoy it.
How often do you run?
I run maybe 4 or 5 times a week.
In the morning?
Yeah, in the mornings.
Get it out of the way.
Absolutely. I get up early, and I'm normally out at 5:45 and back home at 7.
No, see, what's your secret in that regard? I mean, I used to run an awful lot, but I never liked running in the mornings. My legs were always a little bit stiff and sore in the mornings. But you don't suffer from that?
No, I normally start a bit slow and then warm up and finish well. I think I enjoy that.
Starting slow, that might be the secret.
Another one of our special stories that we have, our Notun Alo run, going for an Asian record. There he is, Asif Iqbal. He's not being guided in the traditional way. We know that he could be guided, but he's doing purely on audio guidance from the two gentlemen on his left and right.
Do you know what's fascinating is he's attacked this record before, but he didn't know that you had to be blindfolded. So he ran the race, thought he'd got the record, just getting this audible guidance with nobody actually touching him, and then found out that because he wasn't wearing a blindfold, he hadn't ticked one of the boxes, and the record was wiped. Very sad, so let's hope he gets it today.
But I must tell you that the hashtag and the theme of this race that we have, the Notun Josh we've been talking about, in a sense we've grown up with Tata Steel as part of our culture. And for me, I had a grandfather who worked there, so I've known all about it. How does Notun Josh resonate with the new and improved Tata Steel, because you keep reinventing yourself?
Absolutely. One of the reasons why we've been around for more than 110 years is because we've reinvented ourselves. As much as we're proud of the past, we keep focusing on the future, and we keep saying that what is it that can make us future ready as an organization? How can we keep transforming ourselves, stay relevant, and do well? And I think that's been the culture of Tata Steel. You said your grandfather worked for Tata Steel. We have people in Tata Steel who are 6th generation employees. So that tells you the longevity of the company and the commitment the employees have to the company.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. TV Narendran. Yes, once used to say we also make steel, now they say we also make tomorrow. Very, very appropriate.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bye.
Well, still Sikowo leading at the front end of this men's race. The pacemaker from Uganda doggedly pushing on. And look, 42 minutes on the clock. We're expecting the course record maybe to go here today. It stands at 1:13, 1 hour 13:05. So they're way past halfway here. And yet still Sikowo is looking very strong. I wonder if he's thinking, perhaps I should have been racing this with all the others, because at the moment, so far, I should say, he's done all the work. Now, Victor Kiplangat, the Commonwealth Games champion in the marathon, made a move just there, a little acceleration up onto the shoulder of Sikowo. He is Ugandan as well. He said he really enjoyed the hilly course of the Commonwealth Games marathon course in Birmingham. He was hoping there'd be a few more hills in this course today. He said he'd prefer it to be hilly, but it is dead flat.
Well, let's go and find out if Mobani has any more magic lined up for us.
It feels absolutely wonderful to be standing here, because I feel like doing the Bale Bale. Because we have the winner right here, and I want to talk to him and find out how excited he is. Tell us something about how you are feeling right now.
ये जो टाटा स्टील का अनुभव ये है तो आइडिया है, ये बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि हम लोगों की एक तो एक्टिविटीज़ मिलता है और इतना सारे आदमी बुजुर्ग वाले बड़ा छोटा इतना सबसे इतना पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ये एक प्रतियोगिता नहीं है, बट ये सिर्फ एंजॉयमेंट बोल सकते हैं। सब एक साथ होंगे और इंडिया और वर्ल्ड का हर एक आदमी इधर आ रहा है। जो टाटा स्टील का ये बहुत अच्छा रूल्स है और मैं भी टाटा स्टील में भी काम करता हूँ और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ टाटा स्टील को, ऑर्गेनाइज़र को, जो इतना सुंदर ये किया, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सही तरह से किया और all over, all good. And
thank you so much. Thank you. It is an honor. Can you show us the medal right now? My goodness, he is actually ecstatic right now. Congratulations to you. Have a blast of a day. Thank you so much. Thank you. As you can see that the adrenaline is in full peak. There has been a 10K run, and the ones who have finished and come to the finishing line are having a ball right now. They're feeling like they have accomplished something. And I'm telling you, the feeling is purely magical.
Well, as you saw next to Mobani, lots of Kolkatans out there wearing Argentina jerseys, but we'll park that for the moment.
They've just gone through 15K in the men's race, and Sikowo is out. The pacemaker has dropped out. There's the split, 43-39 for the men's lead pack. Now at 15K, they were aiming for something very, very close to that. So they are still on course record schedule. 61:10 for half marathon is what we hope they will go through on, and that will put them on a new course record. But Victor Kiplangat now, the Ugandan, hits the front. He paced a marathon last year in the Netherlands called Mission Marathon, and then he went to Istanbul, the Turkish capital, and won their marathon in 2 hours 10. But his personal best is 2:05. That was in Hamburg earlier on this year. I said earlier he's had a wonderful 2022. And now I just sense, Gautam, that he's beginning to push on. Look at this. At 15K, the men's course record is on. Kiplangat has got his head down and is accelerating, is beginning to test this group for the first time. So it's almost like the gloves have come off, because Sikowo, with the pacemaker, did such a good job. He kept them at a nice steady pace. He enforced a discipline on the group. Now he's gone and they can really cut loose. And like Kiplangat here, no doubt about it, he's lengthened his stride. Look, he's leaning into this and really working it.
Well, he is trained in mountain running, and it'll all come good, because at the 16-kilometer mark is another bit of an incline. This is where they are on Judges Court Road, another tram track. They go over this slight incline, and then they're going to go straight down and go back into the area of Alipur, Hastings, the National Library, before they head for home at the 17-kilometer mark.
That would have been a very early attack from Kiplangat. I think maybe he's eased back a little bit now. Maybe he was testing the opposition. You can see to the right of picture there, still looking strong, is I think Ngeno. Ngeno looking quite comfortable, the tall figure in the red vest. Behind him in the white vest is the ever super consistent Bahanu Legesse of Ethiopia. Legesse, by the way, helped at the press conference a couple of days ago. He speaks very good English, quite rare amongst the elite Ethiopian athletes. He was helping out with the translations. He's a lovely lad. All smiles, the 28-year-old. There he is to the right now in the white vest. He's still coming into this race, probably my race favourite, even though he has been struggling with those slight injuries. And we do know he's got that super fast sprint finish.
Well, these guys are not taking any prisoners, which is very apt, because they've just gone past a prison. Which, by the way, has now been turned into a museum, so that's a bit of a relief.
Why, would you have spent time in there otherwise?
No. But there they are, down Judges Court Road, past Alipur Jail, which, as I said, is now Alipur Museum. It's an absolute treat to go in there and see a bit of the history of Kolkata. But a lot of the history very evident on the streets as they get some hydration going past.
Well, Ngeno tried to get some hydration there in the red vest, but he missed it. And I don't think he's got a drink, has he? He's obviously feeling the temperature. Maybe it's climbing a little bit, the temperature out there on the streets of Kolkata. But he's a fascinating character, is Alfred Ngeno, the 25-year-old Kenyan. Back in 2015, 7 years ago, he came third in the World Junior Championships at cross-country in China and took a team gold with his Kenyan teammates. But he hasn't moved on since then. He's raced a little bit here and there, but his career hasn't developed after a wonderful beginning as a junior, as a youngster. In athletics, to be a junior, you've got to be under 20, and you mustn't reach your 20th birthday in the year of competition. So Ngeno, a few years after he hit the headlines, despite being based in Japan, hasn't developed as he might have expected. Perhaps today we'll see his return to the top.
But at the moment, still leading the pack, Victor Kiplangat. Pacemaker's done his job, he's gone, and Ngeno in second place at the moment. And not too far behind them is the defending champion. Can he make a bit of a move? We've got
Well, there's the leading women. Still Bernard Cheptoch leading them. He's been leading them out at an absolute metronomic rate at 15K, 49 minutes exactly. And he's done a wonderful job. And their target time at 15K was 49.15. So the women have accelerated a little bit over the last 5K. They've moved ahead of race schedule. And Cheptoch doing an absolutely brilliant job because he kept the pace nice and steady, and that's why there's such a big group there. In fact, a couple of athletes in yellow who I thought were dropping away seem to have closed up on the group. One or two have dropped back. I think that might be Tesfaye, the 24-year-old in yellow, who's dropped right back. But at the moment, this is a more open race than the men's, and the men's we're down to 4 or 5. Here we've got 7 or 8 in this women's contest. It's looking very, very exciting with 50 minutes on the clock. The course record they're chasing got them 1:22.09 by Guteni Shone of Ethiopia 3 years back. 1:22.09. That men's course record 1:13.05, almost exactly 9 minutes quicker.
Well, Bekele still leads the field there from Ethiopia. Desi Jisa, representing Bahrain, is just behind in the bright neon yellow. And these are the two we're going to keep a lookout for. So is Zaineba Yimer from Ethiopia. So once again, the 3 expected names have closed up, but they've got a bit of company behind them, as Tim mentioned. So looks like it's going to be a lot more open in this women's field, a lot more competition. They're not going to take anything for granted, are the lead runners.
Yes, Yima is right there behind the pacemaker, the 24-year-old Ethiopian. And she hasn't raced at all this year. Last year, or a couple of years ago, she came 4th in the World Championships at half marathon in a super fast 65 minutes. She's broken 70 minutes for the half marathon many, many times. So she's a confident racer. I don't know if she's been injured throughout the early parts of this year. She is coached by Tessema Abshiro, one of the great famous coaches back in Addis Ababa for the Ethiopians. They have a wonderful setup there. All the top athletes live in the capital city, Addis Ababa. There's 3 or 4 big coaching groups who head out to the hills every morning very early and train a long way outside the city in the fresh air, away from any pollution and at a higher altitude. There's big forests on the hills around Addis Ababa. And then that's their main session of the day. And then later on in the evening, they go out for a more relaxed jog just to sort of ease the legs, loosen the legs a little bit. 16K there for the ladies, about 52.10.
Yeah, well, that's the part that they've gone past the museum. 16-kilometer mark, just a bit of an incline over there. One of 2 flyovers that they have to negotiate. One in the Baliganj area, one in the Alipur area. The men, back to the men right now. The National Library, another icon of the city. This is the right turn, the sweeping right turn. They take past the National Library. To their left, as we go, will also be the Alipur Zoo. So you get to see pretty much every landmark of the city as you go past there. And they come down this straight road into this area, National Library, and they'll go down into the heart of Alipur.
Well, they've gone through 18K, I'm told, in this men's race in 52.32. The last 2 kilometres have taken them 6 minutes, so they're on 3-minute tempo. So they have slowed a little bit, pretty much since the pacemaker dropped out, funnily enough, and that is often the case. The pacemaker will push along at a good steady tempo, keep it under control, and then there's one of 2 things can happen. Either somebody will accelerate and attack and try and break up the group when the pacemaker was dropped out, or, and that I thought that was going to happen, but what looks like has happened is the other option, where the packs start looking at each other a little bit and playing a cat and mouse game. You can see how closely bunched they are. I mean, you could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you? Victor Kiplangat, I thought, was going to push on and really attack this, but I'm not sure he's injected much tempo, so they have slowed a little bit in the last 2K.
Well, the defending champion will be happy. He's just to the left of Victor Kiplangat. Leonard Barsaton. There he is in the white vest to the right of your picture as we have a look at it. Man in red is Alfred Negeno from Kenya.
And here comes Tola, Abdisa Tola, the youngster, my dark horse in this race, because so little is known about him apart from that big win in Italy just over a year ago. This is quite some acceleration from him. But this is an experienced field of racers. At 54 minutes on the clock, they've got, well, about another 17 or 18 minutes of running to go. So it would be a brave man that kicked on this early. You have to place your bets, take your chances. Do you go early and test the others and try and break up the group, or do you sit back and bide your time and trust your strong finish?
Yeah, this is another narrow stretch that they've just started to negotiate as they approach the 19-kilometer mark. This is again now heading back to the riverside, as it were. They've gone through the heart, the busy heart of the city, and just to the right of them, covered by the mist, the wintry mist, is the race course you mentioned early on.
You know what's interesting, got them, is the one man who hasn't really hit the front, because Ngeno's been at the front, Legacy's been at the front, Tola is now at the front, Barseton, the defending champion. I don't think we've seen him at the front yet. And I'm always a little bit wary of somebody who just sits in the pack there, bides their time, watches what the others are doing, covers all the moves, but keeps a low profile.
Maybe that's his way. He just wants to sit behind them. Much like the horses at the race course we see, there are some horses who just like to see 3 or 4 horses in front of them, and only then they make the charge when they feel they have to. Could that be the strategy for the defending champion from 2019, Leonard Barseton from Kenya? He's been sitting behind whoever's led the race, and there have been 3 leaders we've had so far, apart from the pacemaker, and so far the defending champion has not hit the front. It's a small field of elite runners that are just going past the flyover after the 19-kilometer mark, and they will take a right turn heading back towards the river. This is the right turn that they've taken, and this is where, if you're driving, you drive down to a very picturesque riverside.
Well, Abdisa Tola is asking the questions at the moment. He's had a very, very quiet 2022. Just that half marathon in Paris I mentioned earlier, outside 63 minutes, and that's it. Not much other information on him. He's a real mystery man, is this young Ethiopian. So many of the Ethiopian runners train hard in the groups that I was talking about back in Addis Ababa, but if they haven't been established internationally, they are desperate to get out of the country and get racing opportunities, be it in Europe or the USA or here in India or even further afield, Japan or Australia. They are desperate. So many of them know that it can be their ticket to a changed life. And in fact, of course, many of the great international stars of Ethiopian running have become super wealthy. Haile Gebrselassie lives in a house. I haven't been to it, but apparently it's more like a palace. Haile Gebrselassie lives in, one of the greatest athletes in history, of course. But many of these athletes take their winnings back home, their prize money and their appearance money back home, and live very good quality lives compared with the rest of Ethiopia. So it is a ticket to a different life, and that's why it means so much to these athletes.
The male pacemaker still leads the women's group in. It's now the lady from Bahrain, Desi Jisa, who's taken just a slight bit of lead from Ashete Bekere. Now, Tim, at what point do you see the pacemaker in the women's race actually just step aside and let the women do their thing?
Well, that's the thing. Male pacemakers in women's races can go the whole way quite comfortably. So it's quite possible that Bernard Cheptoch here will take them right the way through towards the last finishing straight. They're following him religiously. He's doing a great job. They know they're onto a good time here. They know they're onto a good thing. These athletes, they know their sport so well, and they'll be very aware that he is doing a wonderful job for them. So they'll be pleased with that. The adrenaline will be building in their systems, and they'll be absolutely delighted that they're getting towards the latter stages now. Look, nearly an hour on the clock. They're getting towards the latter stages, and they're still feeling good, most of them. In the blue, still hanging in there, is Obse Abdeta. Quite inexperienced. She is the equivalent of Abdisa Tola. So a couple of Ethiopians, one in the women's race, one in the men's race, who for me are the dark horses and not a lot known about them. In the blue there, Abdita, tucked in, hasn't shown her colours yet.
Let's see if anything's changed in the men. The tall figure of Tola right now is now alongside the defending champion. Has Barseton made a slight forward move? He's actually seen in the front. Bernard Legacy is, Biranu Legacy rather, is at the moment he's taken the lead again. Remember, he was right behind the pacemaker throughout the opening stages of this race. Now he's taken the lead on his own. Kiplangat wants a drink. He's got one. still Barsaton does not take the lead in this race, but he stays just behind the leading pack.
Well, they now are on, they've slipped slightly outside course record schedule, 58.35, and you can see the men's event record, 1:13.05, and I think they're on schedule for something about 5 or 10 seconds slower than that. Now, they will pick it up in the last couple of kilometres. You always do in distance races. You dig deep and push on hard in the last mile or so. That's about 1.5 kilometres. So these fellas, I think, probably still have a good chance of breaking the course record. But you can see there, 3 of them across the front. Barsaton, the defending champion, to the left. Victor Kiplangat in the middle, the Commonwealth Games champion at the marathon. And Legesse, the winner here back in 2018. 3 across the front, and none of them really prepared to kick on. It's when you can see it spread across the road that you know that they're not pushing hard.
Well, there's a change. Something that hasn't happened since the start of the race, Tim. It is the defending champion who was refusing to go in front, has now taken the lead, Leonard Barsaton, and it just appears to the naked eye that he seems to be setting a bit of a pace here.
No, absolutely right. This is a big surge from the defending champion. He said at the Friday press conference that his 2019 win, 3 years ago, remember, he said it seems like yesterday. The memory is fresh and raw in his mind, and it's a positive memory. And it looks here now as though he's making a determined push to refresh that memory. The pandemic maybe has caused a time warp in the life of Leonard Barsaton, because this is a very, very impressive surge. And look, Victor Kiplangat, the Commonwealth Games champion in the marathon, no less, has dropped back. He cannot go with this attack from Barsaton. And Gaino and Legesse covering it at the moment.
Yes, Barsaton has a time of 1:13.05. That's his target. We've gone past the 1 hour mark. Can he complete the race in about 12.5 minutes time to break the course record? For the moment, whether or not he breaks the time, he looks like he's taken charge of the race in front, leading for the first time since the very start of the race, but a good pace also from Alfred Negeno from Kenya, keeping pace with him just behind. It's only Kiplangat who's fallen back. Legesse is the 3rd member of this pack. So now it looks like a 3-horse race heading for the finish.
And Gaino there had a little glance over his shoulder. The Kenyan 25-year-old in the red vest. He's in 2nd place, but I'll tell you what, when an athlete looks over their shoulder, to me, it's a bit of a giveaway. It suggests that they're more worried about what's going on behind them than what's going on in front of them. There we are, 21.1K. That is the half marathon, 61.41. That is quick for the half marathon. Leonard Barsaton pouring it on here. I said we might see negative splits, and I do think that's still quite possible, because Barsaton here has attacked pretty early. 62 minutes on the clock. They've still got over 10 minutes of running to come, and he's working hard. He's really up the rate. Legesse, we know he is a very powerful, very strong marathon runner, and yet he's struggling to go with this attack from Barsaton. Barsaton, funnily enough, is the man with more track pedigree. He's got great 5,000 metre and 10,000 metre times on the track. He doesn't have that super marathon runner's strength, but this is more his territory. You know, this is close to the half marathon distance, 25K. It's only 4K. What's that? 2 miles, 2.5 miles, more than a half marathon. He negotiates that sharp left-hand turn there, a U-turn, and Barsaton is beginning to get daylight.
Well, the women seem to be in a very similar pack. They've got all the pack with them, led by the pacemaker, but we're going to be keeping an eye on the men. We're going to keep an eye on the man who's now seemingly put daylight between himself and the rest of the pack. It's the defending champion from 2019. It's Leonard Barsaton from Kenya, who is leading the way. I wonder what he was looking at over his shoulder, because at the moment, if he looks to his right, he'll look at another of Kolkata's landmarks, Victoria Memorial. Maybe he can just see the sights and sprint home from here.
Well, it's all very serene in that women's race, as we saw, but the fireworks are going off big time in this men's race. And this, for Leonard Barsaton, the defending champion from 3 years back, is very, very special indeed. He said at his press conference on Friday that for all of this year, he's suffered from a nagging Achilles injury. He's had to pull out of a couple of races that he was planning to do. Very frustrating that when you build up towards a race, trying to work with the injuries and getting lots of treatment, and then at the 11th hour you have to pull out. That's happened to him in a couple of big races earlier on this year. He's had to pull out. So for him, this is the unleashing of so much frustration. He's beginning to get a lot of satisfaction here. Clearly the Achilles is holding up okay with about 10 minutes to run. Let's hope it does. Less than 10 minutes to run. And Barseton has made the first really significant move of the race, and it could well be the last significant move of the race.
They're going to be coming to another of their U-turns as we have a look at the women who've just passed the area that leads to Kidarpur, and it's now Jisa hanging on to the coattails of the male pacemaker. Tessie Jisa from Bahrain. She's just behind. We'll keep an eye on Ashete Bekere. They're all very much there in the lead pack.
Well, Tessie Jisa in the yellow, she's looked like she's working. She's grimacing, is Jisa. She's a former Ethiopian, changed to Bahraini nationality back in December 2013. She was second here in 2019, but since then she's had COVID quite badly and small matter of having a baby. Jisa there in yellow. So this is effectively her comeback race. In 2019 she ran 1:23.32 for that second place. And at 20k, the women on 65.18.
Will the proud mother take it home? But we'll go back to Leonard Barseton. It's not a men's race anymore, it's just Barseton from here to the finish. Your dark horse, Tola, he was leading briefly, he's fallen out, he's miles behind at the moment. This looks like a complete one-horse finish, a sprint to the finish for Leonard Barseton. He hasn't looked over his shoulder yet, because I think he knows he cannot feel even second place behind him.
And I'm 99% certain, with that gap of what, about 50 or 60 metres behind him, that Barseton here with his surge, Gotham, is heading for a new course record. It'll be an improvement, if it is, of his own course record from 3 years back. By the way, that 20k split we saw in the women's race just now, 65.18, is way, way inside course record. We're going to see a women's course record by a massive chunk, barring disaster. They've only got a few minutes to go. So both races at the moment absolutely tearing up the roads of Kolkata. And the Barseton, Leonard Barseton, at 28 is looking superb. I'm sure he's going to go a long way under his 1:13.05 from 2019.
Well, that was the U-turn that they've taken on Queensway. Another part, another gorgeous tree-lined part of this city. It also answers your question, Tim. Why was Barseton not wanting to take the lead? It was obviously a strategy he had in his mind. He wanted to hang on to the group and make his move. And he's made his move at the time that he predetermined, and now he's headed for home. Past the 23-kilometer marker, this is the second of two U-turns they take at the Victoria Memorial area of the city. Now a right turn as they head to the 24-kilometer marker. Back to the women, it's Jisa who leads, but just by a bit. This one's going to be very open because there are several contenders along with the male pacemaker.
Still locked together, these women, aren't they? Nobody prepared to throw it down yet and break away, and that's because I think they're redlining. They're running very, very quickly here. I don't think it's world record tempo, but it's going to be a huge new course record in this women's race. You can see Yima there to the back, towards the back, is struggling. Jisa pushing hard.
We don't know about the women, we do know about the men. As Tim said earlier, barring disaster, this is going to be a sprint to the finish for the 2019 champion, which is, of course, the defending champion of Tata Steel Kolkata 25k, Leonard Barseton from Kenya, taking it home. The big question is, will it be under 1:13.05, the course record? It looks like it will.
Well, I described him earlier as a complete runner, great performer on the track, the country and the roads. And he said at his press conference he wants to concentrate on the roads from now on. Well, that's a good decision, clearly, because he has a big gap now on that pack of three. They might be working together to try and close him down. There's a few minutes to go yet, but I don't think they're going to get back to him. He's looking too strong. He's a beautiful-looking mover. Look at that, lovely and relaxed in the upper body. The arms just swinging across his chest. wonderfully proportioned musculature in the legs and a good powerful stride here being displayed by the Kenyan Barsaton, the defending champion. I think he's heading for a big victory here. He's pulling away. Hasn't done anything of world class for 18 months because of that Achilles injury. So this will be such a sweet, sweet victory.
Yeah, 2020, anything of note for the last time for Leonard Barsaton? We're in 2022 now. We're in Kolkata at the end of the year. And he's looking to add another title in the very city where he lifted the title in December 2019. Just to look over to the left at the moment to confirm there is in fact no one behind him. There was a close pack as long as Biranu Legese, Abdi Satola and Victor Kiplangat were around. They're in the distance at the moment as he passes 24 kilometers, less than a kilometer to run right now. This is the home stretch for the defending champion.
Well, the world record is 1 hour 11 minutes and 8 seconds. That was set by Eliud Kipchoge during his marathon world record in Berlin back in late September, just 3 months or so back. Kipchoge, 1:11:08. I don't think we're going to see something that quick, but Barsaton here, well, the last time he raced in anger on the streets of Kolkata, he ran 1:13:05 for that victory, and I'm sure he is heading here for something a good deal quicker than that. Maybe not down to world record, but certainly a course record. He's beginning to suffer a little bit now. Maybe just a little bit of that bounce has gone out of his stride. I haven't seen him look round yet, have you? I don't think he's checked behind him, but you can see the gap behind him is still only about 50 meters. There's very, very intense racing going on behind him between Biranu Legese and I think it's Victor Kiplangat. They are absolutely flying in the background, and they might even be closing, but I think they might have left it too late.
About 2 minutes ago, they were not visible in the distance. Well spotted, Tim. Now they are within shouting distance, but maybe not within distance of overtaking Leonard Barsaton. I'm not sure if he knows it. He's just been looking left and right, but not quite behind him. 500 meters to go here as he turns for the home stretch. This is where we all started early in the morning at 6:25. And this is where they're coming down Red Road for the finish for the final time for Leonard Barsaton. You can see the bright orange shorts in the distance. Can they be closing in? 300 meters mark coming up for Leonard Barsaton. Is he going to hang on for that? 1:11:44. He's looking like he's going to break the course record. But can Legese or Kiplangat catch up with him?
Well, this has been a supremely executed run from Leonard Barsaton. He will retain his title at the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. The battle behind is drawing the pursuers closer, but they've left it too late. He has enough daylight with 200 meters to run. The Kenyan, at the age of 28, after some real ups and downs in the last 3 years since his win here in 2019, that Achilles injury is behind him. He might have only been 37th in the Berlin Marathon back in September, but that tested the Achilles completely perfectly. 100 meters to go, and Barsaton tears down the road, Red Road. He's lightning quick towards the finish line, and watch the clock. His course record from 3 years ago, 1:13:05. He's going to smash it. He's obliterated it. He beats it there by some 22 seconds or so unofficially. 1:12:43 I got him at, and that is supreme. And the sprint for second place, so intense between Legese and Kiplangat.
It's Legese who comes in second place, and Kiplangat will take third place. But there is the man to salute, our champion for 2022, Leonard Barsaton from Kenya. He won in 2019. He's won again in 2022. Consecutive victories for this man from Kenya. He celebrates his moment, and there comes the smile. We're used to seeing that. He flashes it in all its brilliance. Have a look at the winning moment again. Tim mentioned it was a sprint to the finish, and that stride came out as he breasted the tape, which was being held by India's first ever individual Olympic gold medalist, Abhinav Bindra, the international event ambassador for this event.
Well, Jisa has broken away. Look at this. For the first time, there is separation in the women's race. It's looked oh so cozy for well over an hour. But Jisa, powerfully built, the new mum from Ethiopia, is pushing on strongly here. The 25-year-old working really hard, isn't she? Pumping with those arms. Goodness me, you don't often see from this far out an athlete working this hard. She has got, what, about another 6 or 8 minutes of running to come. And she is flat out. Look at the gritted teeth. Maybe, Gautam, when you know you're running for your child back home, it gives you that little extra edge, that little extra degree of determination.
Well, we've had a break from COVID for 3 years, and she's had to suffer a bad bout of it, but she's come through that. She's come through the birth of a child, and obviously she has an extra impetus, a little bit of extra incentive to do it for the newest member of her family. Well, here we are just waiting for the finish of that race, Tim, but what about that course record from our defending champion Leonard Baston? Certainly something worth celebrating for him. We expected a good time. We saw him held behind the pack, but he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, very experienced racer. I mean, you know, the smart runners in this sport learn their trade. They get better and better at it, just as they know their training very well. And they actually, you don't need a coach so much in the latter stages of your career, the second half of your career. So you polish your art and become a better racer. It's probably a bit like becoming a better boxer and learning all the twists and turns, or a judo fighter, or many, many other sports. You just refine your art. And that from him was absolutely a brilliant piece of racing, because he let the others do all the hard work. The pacemaker did a wonderful job to begin with. Then the others went to the front and took their turns and pushed it along, showed their colours a little bit. It's a bit like showing your cards in a game of cards. But he kept his powder dry, sat back, and then kicked on very, very decisively. And that's important. There's no point in going to the front and making a gentle acceleration that the others can cope with. He did it brilliantly. He went to the front and really banged it in hard. It's like slapping them round the face, and they weren't able to react and go with him.
Well, we'll see if the ladies can do that. Can Desi Jisa do that? Yes, she is representing Bahrain, but she very much lives in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, where so many of these wonderful runners live, train, and Bekele, who was one of the favorites for this race, is actually one of her training companions. So it's good to be in familiar territory, in a sense, with other runners who are used to being, but at the moment, it's all about competition.
It is, absolutely, yes. Jisa giving a wonderful account of herself at the front of that women's race. Running for Bahrain, ironically, because she is a former Ethiopian, and the best of the Indians coming in now, as far as I can see.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the Indians. Is that Abhishek Pal making his move? Yes, it is. The Indian record 1:15.17, so that's not going to be broken. That is Avinash Sable's record. But Abhishek Pal looks like he's leading the way for the Indian men in the neon green jersey. 200 meters to go for Abhishek Pal.
Well, they clearly raced a more conservative cat and mouse game. The best Indians watching each other, looking for national pride, national honours here. And Abhishek Pal, well, he does look strong now. He's not going to be caught, is he? The time, nowhere near what Avinash Sable ran back in 2017, 1 hour 15:17. It's over 2 minutes slower than that. But it doesn't matter. It's not all about records. It's about great racing. And that is a fabulous race and a big win for Pal. Well done.
And Kalidas Hirave, who's also been a very familiar part of racing in these parts, comes in second place. Abhishek Pal, the champion among the Indian men, and in second place, wearing bib number 58, Kalidas Hirave. Seeing a couple of more men finishing in there. That's third and fourth for the Indian men coming in, as we see Abhinav Bindra in the background. Just doesn't want to get bumped off by those finishers. And Srinu Bugatha, we were expecting him to be a favourite coming in there. And Murli Gavit. So the two favourites for the race coming in third and fourth places. So well done to Abhishek Pal for ousting them. Srinu Bugatha in third and Murli Gavit in fourth place behind Abhishek Pal and Kalidas Hirave. They know each other well. They'll have a quick conversation and recap the race that happened. That's the winning moment. We've seen the two winners coming in, Hirave there. That's third and fourth coming in right in the background to join the first and second place winners.
Always important to secure third, get onto the rostrum. If it was a championship, that is securing a medal. Fourth, the worst place to finish.
Well, we'll try and get back to where the ladies are. There she is. There's the proud mum. How far does she have to go? Jisa, we're going to keep an eye to see if she can keep going and finish her race. As they come around, this is the final stretch. They've finished Queensway. They take a left turn at Queensway and head back onto Red Road, which is where they started at 6:25 in the morning. And this is where they're going to be finishing. One end of Red Road to start with and come down that same finish straight to finish with into Army territory, as it were. And there she goes, less or just over 300 meters to run. Probably enough distance covered between her and second place at the moment.
Oh yeah, that looks like a winning gap to me. 300 to run, that's less than a minute of hard running. She's still grimacing. I love the fact that she's wearing her heart on her sleeve. You can see her working. And do you know what, when I raced back in the day, I raced against so many supreme athletes who looked calm and serene as they went down the home straight with their arms aloft as they crossed the line. I love to see runners who look mortal, who look like they're really gutting it out and gritting their teeth and working hard for it. And Desi Jisa is just that. The Bahraini, the former Ethiopian, she ran 1:23.32 here back in 2019. Well, she's run an awful lot quicker than that. She was second 3 years ago. She's a champion today. This is special. The new mum, 28th in the world cross country back in 2019, came here and took a second place a few months later after that run in Denmark. She is a great runner on the roads and the country. She's a 2:23 marathon runner. She has enormous strength. Today, she has enormous skill to win this race in a very similar fashion to the men's. Desi Jisa takes victory, kicking hard about 5 kilometers out and taking the win.
And just behind her, we will probably see it's Yemer coming in. Zaineba Yemer, also from Ethiopia, taking second place, all breasting the tape alongside the Ratna for Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, an icon of Bengal and Kolkata, Julan Goswami, welcoming the three runners at the finish line. Jisa, Yemer, and just behind them,
I think that's Merceline Chalangat? Yes, Merceline Chalangat, I think, taking third place. What we can say, though, is that it's a massive new course record in the women's race. I think she set a new course record, Jisa, by over a minute. The course record by Guteni shown 3 years ago was 1:22.09. She has obliterated it, smashed it by a huge margin. And so much of that down to the really aggressive running in the last 10 or 15 minutes from the Ethiopian, from the Bahraini, I should say, the former Ethiopian. Great marathon racer, and now a great racer over 25K. And she's come back here after a second place 3 years ago to take victory.
There's the winning moment for Desi Jisa. Moments ago, we saw her greeting her training partner, Ashete Bekere, who's not managed to finish in the top four. She pulled out after having led the race behind the pacemaker for a long time. But what a story it is. We keep mentioning it. She suffered through COVID. She endured the birth of a child, and obviously she'll be dedicating this to her new baby. Desi Jisa, the mum from Bahrain, has won the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K and shattered the course record.
Well, 1:21.04 is the time I'm seeing, so she's broken the course record by 65 seconds, well over a minute. Brilliant running. It was on the cards because she has a world-class time for 10,000 meters on the track. That's important. 10,000 is a tough distance to get right because it's very high tempo, and yet, 25 laps after the track, you have to maintain it and concentrate and focus for a long time. For over half an hour for most ladies. Very few have gone under 30 minutes. But she's applied that determination and that speed endurance to this distance brilliantly today. And she raced it. She sat in there, letting the others, again, a bit like Barseton in the men's race, letting the others do the work up at front. Although Cheptoch, we have to say, did a wonderful job, Bernard Cheptoch, the pacemaker. And then when it really mattered, she cut loose. And it was an intense acceleration. We missed that absolute break, but it was very, very quick. She opened up a gap of 30, 40 meters.
Yes, moments ago we saw the Ratna of TSK 25K, Jhulan Goswami, who was welcoming the winners, including Desi Jisa. At the moment we can hear from her because Jhulan is with Xenia.
Hi, well, let me welcome this very, very special lady, Jhulan Goswami. Of course, she doesn't need any introduction. Hi, a very, very good morning.
Good morning to you too.
How are you doing and what do you think of Kolkata Marathon TSK 25K?
Well, it's been an excellent experience in early morning coming to the Maidan. Is something different, and when Tata Steel Kolkata marathons come, they create a new buzz in our city, and after 2 years this marathon has started, come back to our city, and as a Bengali we always believe that we need to celebrate, and we can celebrate it this way. The sports is a new way to celebrate in our city, and what's better than Tata Steel Marathon?
Absolutely right. Well, we are here to celebrate with you as well. Few questions, from women's cricket being relegated to the back burner to now a Bollywood film being made on your life. You have had a, cracker of a journey. Tell me, what's been some of the toughest challenges you have overcome?
Well, life has been a lot of tough. There's lots of ups and downs, but in the same time, yes, I'm glad that the movie is coming out, and I hope it will motivate new girls to play sports, play cricket, and they can start professionally. And there has always been a lot of struggle, a lot of things to from my house to society. In a cricket field, so overall all those stuff will be there, and I hope this comes nicely.
How do you see the future of women's cricket unfolding in India? Will it be as popular as men's cricket?
Well, I don't want to compare with anything with the men's and
No
women's.
point comparing.
I always believe sports doesn't have any gender. Sports itself is a sports, and everybody can play this event. It's not specified for the men's and women's. Unfortunately, in society, we create certain barrier. These things men's will do, that thing women will do. In my family, I never felt that. That is how I brought up, and I hope in India in future we'll have only sports. There will be no gender differences.
Absolutely, beautiful sentence. No gender as far as sports is concerned. Okay, what are some of your favorite ways to stay fit?
Obviously, the best way to be fit is you have to run. And you have to run as well as we should participate in this marathon, and secondly, you have to control your fooding habit. But as a Bengali, is very difficult, and particularly in the winter season, because
we tend to eat a lot.
Yes, a lot of sweets in this time. Otherwise, you have to just keep running.
Are you telling me as a Bengali you don't eat sweets at all now?
No, I'm next level sweet eater. So it's difficult for me last 20 years to stay away from sweet, and now I'm just hogging in everything.
And do you run every day now also?
Not every day, but now I'm having my after retirement honeymoon period.
Retirement honeymoon period.
3 months just retired from international cricket. I'm doing little bit of training and all those stuff, but not like earlier. But yeah.
Thank you so much. You have been an inspiration always. Thank you and enjoy TSK 25K Kolkata Marathon.
Thank you so much. And
thank
best
you.
wishes
Thank
to
you. Jhulan Goswami, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely aerial shots there of the medal area. People celebrating, people winding down. That's the recovery zone. We had a warm-up zone at 4:30 in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning before they all started off at 5:40. And now that they've started finishing the open 10K, this is where you come to wind down, to recover, and of course to celebrate the medal that you've earned over the 10 kilometers, the medal that some of them have earned over 25 kilometers. The elite men and the elite women have just finished moments ago, and we saw the course record shattered in both the men's and women's field by Leonard Basseton and Desi Jisa for Kenya and Bahrain respectively. And of course the elite, the Indian women are coming to the finish line. We'll keep an eye on them. We know that at the start, Prajakta Godbole and Sanjeevani Jadhav were the two favourites to finish in there, and you can never keep Sanjeevani out of any race, and it looks like once again she's put distance between herself and the rest of the field as she makes the turn towards the finish line, heading towards Red Road. Just in the Queensway area is Sanjeevani Jadhav. She's been there, she's done that in the past, not just in Kolkata, she's done it in Delhi. She's raced in Bengaluru, but this is a city she's enjoyed racing in. Wonderful weather conditions here. Started about anything between 12 and 14 degrees early in the morning. It's just warmed up, perhaps to about 18 or 19. It's still wonderful to be in Kolkata in the winter season. Just to the left of where she's running is an extension of the Maidan area where they play plenty of cricket and football. Even though we're in cricket season at the moment, I think football is on everybody's minds because of what's coming up later on tonight. But we won't discuss for the moment. You can just keep an eye on lots of Argentina jerseys for all the runners out there. But Tim, you've been doing a lot of hard work with the pronunciations for the Ethiopians, the Kenyans, even the Bahraini runners. I'm going to give you another thing to pronounce and remember. Nolen Gure Shondesh. It's a name you've got to remember, whether or not you pronounce it. Jhulan Goswami eats a lot of it, and if you're in Kolkata in winter, you have absolutely got to try it before you leave.
So it's okay if I eat it, but I don't have to say it?
That's fine. I'm going to get you some straight after this race is over.
Sounds like a deal. Okay, I shall look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but it's one of those things.
I'm not going to try and say it.
You know, don't try and say it, but diet is such an important part of an athlete's life. Jhulan Goswami was mentioning that once she's finished playing, she can eat absolutely everything she wants. But for the likes of Leonard Barseton and company, it's very important the kind of diet they have to build up to these races.
Yes, it is, and the athletes know the best diet. You know, they're very sophisticated now, these East African athletes. Back in the day, I can even say, when I was racing 30 years ago, longer than 30 years ago, there was a lot of naivety, I think, not only in the Western world, but in Africa in particular. But now, all the knowledge and the sort of science behind racing and training and diet and sleep patterns and so on has been passed over to the Africans, and this is why they dominate, because they are genetically superior in many respects as runners, but now they've got the great backup as well. And their diets are very, very carefully worked out. You know, you and I were lucky enough to eat it with the athletes last night. We ate in the same dining room as them. It was all pasta and rice. It was all those good carbohydrates you need to run distance races.
Yep, lots of mutton and chicken as well, but yeah, the pasta was the carb loading, as we say, that you need for these races. I'm sure lots of carbohydrates have been taken in by Sanjeevani Jadhav as she built up to this race. And at the moment it's a lonely race for her, but she wouldn't mind. We've seen it in the men's race, we've seen it in the women's race, just a little breakout from the ultimate winner. Will Sanjeevani also do the same? Abhishek Pal finished with Kalidas Hirave just behind him, but for the moment it looks like Sanjeevani will finish on her own. The Indian record, 1:26:53. So Sanjeevani is going to be well outside that. Neither the men's nor the women's record for the Indians are going to be broken here in Kolkata. A much more conservative pace set by them. The international elite records of 1:13:05 and 1:22:09 have both been broken by Leonard Barseton and Desi Jisa respectively, but not in terms of the Indians. Whether or not she breaks the record, she's going to be finishing on her own, as we'll see her coming into picture very shortly. There are 300 meters to run for Sanjeevani Jadhav, the best of the Indian women in Kolkata 2022.
Well, she has run a 73-minute half marathon at the Airtel Delhi Half Marathon back in 2020. That's her personal best. 73 minutes exactly. That's knocking on the door of international class. And I've loved seeing these Indian athletes gradually improving over the years. You know, I've been lucky enough to come to India, Mumbai Marathon and other races for some 15 or 16 years now. Got them, and they are improving gradually, year on year. Standards are improving. They haven't come near the course records today, but that doesn't matter. It's good running here from Sanjeevani Jadhav.
So there she is. That'll be 100 meters to go for Sanjeevani. A few of the Indian men finishing late will be keeping her company. But there we can see, we just heard from Jhulan Goswami, and we see her in action again, holding up the tape to welcome the best of the Indian ladies. Sanjeevani Jadhav breasts the tape in 1:34.17, unofficially of course, and that is her 2022 timing as she comes back as the best of the Indian ladies. She'll celebrate. It's not the first time she's won a race. It's not going to be the last time either. There's a replay of her finishing in slow motion, greeted by the Ratna of Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, Jhulan Goswami on the left of your picture there. The pride of Kolkata, the pride of Bengal. And she applauds Sanjeevani Jadhav coming in. I think it's all auguring well for the future of Indian sport, particularly to be running, almost rubbing shoulders with the elite athletes and the very best in the world. And I think that's what's going to make a difference going forward. Timings, still a bit to be made up, shall we say, but it can only get better.
And it will get better. You know, we have to remember that actually the sport of distance running has been rich and strong in most of the world, certainly Europe, North America and elsewhere, and in particular in Africa for many, many years. Here in India, it's picking up all the time. But, you know, if you go back 20 years, there wasn't a great deal of running going on here, certainly not amongst the masses. And if you make the bottom of the pyramid wide, lots and lots of people, then the top of the pyramid, you will get the talent coming to the top. But until recently, the Indian pyramid has been very small. Thanks to these races, these pro-cam organised races of really high quality, bringing in world-class opposition, the pyramid for Indians is getting bigger as more and more Indians are beginning to go out jogging and taking up running. So India will discover the big talent. And undoubtedly there's talent out there. I mean, there's 1.3 billion Indians. There's tons of talent out there. So it will continue to improve.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the finish line here because we're looking for some of the other Indian ladies who are going to finish. At the very start of the race, we saw Prajakta Godbole was alongside, but at the moment it's going to be Monica Chaudhary who's coming up in runners-up spot. 100 meters to go for Monica. She's going to finish behind Sanjeevani Jadhav, quite a distance behind Sanjeevani, but nonetheless she will be on the podium. Will Monica Chaudhary finishing in second place, just coming in there in the red vest behind one of the late finishing men for India. And there she is, Monica Chaudhary finishing number 127, and she just greets Sanjeevani Jadhav, gets herself a well-earned drink of water. 4:52. 1,500 meters was her best time, the 87th All India Railway Athletics Championship. And we can just keep an eye on the third podium finisher. Still no sign of her at the moment. Sanjeevani Jadhav and Monica Chaudhary, the two finishers. Really want to see how far behind Prajakta Godbole is. But yeah, the big gap being created. Such a different race that we saw from the elite ladies race. They were all bunched together. But Sanjeevani, for much of the 25 kilometers, ran a very lonely race.
Well, I think you've got to remember that the elite athletes, the international elite, had pacemakers to take them through at a really high tempo. The pacemakers in the men's and women's races did a brilliant job. That's why we saw course records for the men's and women's international race. For the Indians, many years ago, when I started coming to these races, you would see the Indian athletes watching each other very carefully. They were running tactical races. They weren't worried about times. They weren't worried about the clock. They were thinking about the prize money and national pride for being the best in India. Now we've seen more and more Indians beginning to push on, and you get separations. You can get big winning gaps like that. I mean, the times today, I think some people will be a little bit disappointed with amongst the Indians because they were a long way shy of the course records, the best from for the Indians. But that doesn't matter. The fact is they were here, they were racing hard, and the job got done. And there are plenty more races to come.
And there we see finally one of the Indians, 123, Nirma Thakur, finishing in third place, or about to finish in third place. Still a couple of 100 meters to go. That's Nirma Thakur finishing. We know the winner of the Indian ladies, Sanjeevani Jadhav, Monica Chaudhary in second place. And now we can see Nirma Thakur finishing there. 1:23.47 at the Nashik, Maharashtra Marathon. And it was Renu Singh, in fact, who finished in third place. And Nirma finishing in fourth place, Nirma Thakur. So now we have our top four: Sanjeevani Jadhav, Monica Chaudhary, Renu Singh and Nirma Thakur. And as we look there, she sees a diminutive little figure in the middle of your screen there, finishing in fourth place there, huffing and puffing her way to the finish. Looks like she had her own little personal pacemaker who she's been running alongside for a long time, one of the amateur runners. That was Nirma Thakur finishing in there. But yeah, Tim was mentioning about the pacemakers, things could possibly change, but it was good to see, along with the ladies who were finishing, some of the amateur runners actually making a sprint to the finish towards the very end, the last 50 meters.
Yes, I mean, I think, you know, it doesn't matter what standard runner you are, you want to improve your times if you possibly can, unless you're an absolute jogger and you just want to have a nice Sunday morning stroll around the city. So everybody's going to push hard, everybody's going to try and run hard in that last mile. And, you know, when you psychologically sense that you're getting towards the finish, you're a couple of kilometres out, 1 kilometre out, you almost inevitably up your game, you accelerate. So you will see a lot of these club runners and fairly low standard runners, to be perfectly frank, accelerating towards the finish line. Big gaps between the Indian athletes today. I'm quite surprised in the women's race in particular.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, we saw it was a couple of minutes, 3 minutes, maybe even 4 minutes between even first and second place and second and third place. And moments ago we saw Nirma coming in fourth place. But certainly those things will improve. As Tim said, first and foremost, you've got to make your way to the end, make your way to 25 kilometers, and then as things improve, you look at improving your timings. And certainly over the years with Sanjeevani, who finished in first place, we've seen that she's been very conscious about timing improvement along with finishing the race.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, what I love about the sport of road racing and distance running is that you get, it's a very honest thing. If what you put in is what you get out. The talent is less important. There's the result of that men's 25k for this Tata Steel Kolkata 25k. Leonard Barseton, a course record 1:12.49, improving his own time of 3 years ago by some 16 seconds. Berhanu Legesse, a fighting second place, the 1:12.54, the marathon specialist. And Victor Kiplangat, well, that underlines the calibre of the race, the Commonwealth champion in the marathon, in third place. And in the women's race, Desi Jisa, a course record for her by over 1 minute, a huge improvement on that course record of Kuteni shown from 3 years back. 1:21.04, it's gone down to from 1:22.09, 65 seconds. Zaneba Yima, second place there, and in third place going to Chalangat from Kenya.
And of course, just behind those lovely numbers is yet another landmark of Kolkata, Howrah Bridge. You can't be in Kolkata and not get yourself a little selfie in front of Howrah Bridge. If you are going to go across it, make sure you go when there's not too much traffic over it. Leads to Howrah Station, wonderful place where you can set out from Kolkata for anywhere in the country. But the other notable part of the timings there, Tim, were the fact that in the men's race, the top three all broke the course record, and in the women's, the top four did it.
Yeah, no, it shows well, it shows two things. One, what a high standard the field was that was gathered together today. Secondly, what a great job the pacemakers did. Thirdly, how fabulous the runners were themselves today. And, you know, you had packs in those elite international races till long into the race, probably for about 90% of the distance before the eventual leaders cut loose. So they were intensely competitive. And, yeah, wonderful that we had great racing and we had 2 course records. A very special day.
But the two men I just want to talk about briefly with you for a moment. We mentioned so much about Leonard Barseton and the surge that he had. He had created quite a gap between himself and the 2018 champion and, of course, Kiplangat and Legesse. But they came back really well at the end, and had they had to run maybe 500 more meters, I reckon they would have caught Barseton.
Difficult to know because, of course, you know, he'd created the gap, he'd done enough. I mean, at one point it was probably about 20 seconds, and then they got it down to, what was it at the finish there? About 9 seconds, I think the gap was. So they did tighten up very much at the finish. But, you know, you're going to get that. They're sprinting against each other. He's just cruising and staying in control, trying to maintain his form. I guess he'd have heard the cries of the crowd if they were getting close to him, and he'd been able to find something extra. It was a comprehensive win. That's a comfortable winning margin.
Now, if you had to sum up the entire course record being broken, of course we talked about the efforts of the athletes, a wonderful effort by the pacemaker in the men's and women's race, but how much of it would you put down to the weather as well?
The conditions were perfect here. I mean, all credit to the city authorities because the road surface looked absolutely superb throughout the race. I didn't see any ruts or anything like that. Great road surface, dead flat. Great organisation, that helps. You know, you've got to remember that these athletes can't just show up and race. They've got to feel comfortable in the hotel, they've got to sleep well, they've got to be fed well, picked up at the airport very efficiently and so on. So everything about this race has been supremely well organised. Temperature was perfect, it was great racing conditions, and actually I've got all time lists here for 25k, and both the men's and women's winning times were amongst the fastest in history. Not world records, but amongst the fastest.
Well, let's have a look at 8:05 in the morning, which means we have another part of this race. 8:10 rather, is where we've got another race beginning. The champions with disability, 2.3 kilometers. Is Mobani in there somewhere?
1 to 1 to 1.
The champions with disabilities race is starting right now, and as we can see that there is a lot of excitement right now. The whole atmosphere is, of course, going to be supported by friends, because the friends are those people who are going to make this happen. Without friends, without a special bonding, this would not be possible. And believe me, this is the true kind of magic which I'm enjoying right now, because really when you believe in something, you can create a difference. And here the special people will be proving that, and that too, the senior citizen comes next. They're so excited, and so am I. I'm really enjoying myself. And I can see that they're all rushing through and wanting to really run this marathon, and I'm sure it's going to turn out very well.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, I think many of the runners just wanted a little selfie with Mobani, and then they wanted to race. She was right in the thick of it. That's where you want to be. I was there at the start line early on. Hopefully we'll persuade Tim to get out there in a while, because it's great to be in this fabulous studio, but that's where all the action is, on Red Road. The champions with disability and the senior citizens run will be run over 2.3 kilometers of this wonderful course in this green part of Kolkata. Just shows the inclusivity of the spirit of running, Tim, and I think this is what epitomizes it.
Yeah, you know, I've said it before at these races, and I'll say it again. It is because it is so true. Running is the most accessible sport. You don't need any facilities. You don't need any equipment. You know, you need a pair of running shoes and shorts and a t-shirt. You can get out there and do it. It's open to everybody.
And in some cases, maybe not even shorts and a t-shirt, because if you haven't seen someone running these long distances in a sari, well, stay tuned. Before the end of this telecast, you will see a very special person running in a sari as part of our Notun Josh runners, who we're going to meet very soon. But some familiar figures there, including the International Event Ambassador, Abhinav Bindra, up there flagging off the senior citizens and the champions with disability. Chulan Goswami, also the Ratna of this run, is up there waving the runners on, encouraging them, inspiring them, and certainly inspiration is the very core of the sport of running, and it comes to the fore ever so soon every time this run comes around.
So inspiring, the senior citizens and the champions with disability, and you have to look at them and say, if they can do it, anybody can do it. You know, get out there, get off the couch, get jogging. It's so, so simple. And if you say, well, I can't run, I'm too old, or I've just not got the ability, get out there and jog. Jog for 10 seconds and then stop and walk until you feel like you can do another 10 seconds. Begin from the ground up and build up. It's very, very simple.
Yeah, it's all lined with blue and white. all the shamianas that we see out there, and of course beyond that, the green. There's such a wonderful lung of this city. It's so green, it's so lush. I mentioned the Maidan, which is just behind where we started the race, and that's a huge part of Kolkata's culture. Well, as we see the start of the Champions with Disability and the Senior Citizens Run, we'll take a quick break here on our coverage, and we'll be back on this other side via yet another runner's message.
Running for me is like meditation. It helps me reflect and plan for my day while keeping me fit. Super excited to be part of TSK 25K run. Nutan Josh, Nutan Ron.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by PharmEasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with MobiKwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats.
Inspiring, what can you say?
Often, their greatness is witnessed on the court.
Are you marinating in the madness of Melbourne?
It not only echoes in their unbeaten streaks,
Djokovic dominates,
but also reflects in their fandom. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here.
amazing scenes.
Australian
The
Open,
Australian Open champion.
Slam of the Greats. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
Hey! सबके सब लेट जाओ! बस! मैनेजर, खड़ा हो जाओ!
तब क्या?
चलो! Break it down!
प्रारंभ कीजिए.
Oh my God!
जैसे पूरा इंडिया लूटता है WW
On Sony Sports Network, on Sony Sports Network.
Formation is the key. If you don't get it right, your opposition will go through you like a piece of cake. Sorry. For more tasty insights into the UEFA Champions League, the Bundesliga, the UEFA Nations League, and much more from the world of football, simply tune in to The Top Corner with John Dykes.
I'm running my first 25K this year in TSK 25 and I'm super excited about it. Run when you can, walk if you have to, crawl if you must, but never give up. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Well, we're here live in Kolkata for Tata Steel. We're live in Kolkata for Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. Wonderful pictures coming to you early in the morning. Sun might be up now, but this started at 5:40 in the morning, believe it or not, before even the sun rose. And the big story we've been following, our Notun Alo story, is Asif Iqbal attempting to break a record at the Asian level, the Asian Book of Records, the first Asian to run 25 kilometers without any physical assistance. And wonderful, he's been doing it only with audio clues. Delighted to welcome into the studio a familiar figure in Kolkata's sporting culture, Shri Arup বিশ্বাস, of course, the Honourable Minister for Sport and Youth Services, but also the Housing and Power Department in the Government of West Bengal. So you've certainly been an inspiration. Delighted to have you in studio.
Very good morning to everybody. It's a great event. I am participating last 3-4 years for the Tata Steel Marathon, 25K Marathon. So many people, in 2 days, after 2 years COVID, more than 50,000 people are participating in this marathon. It's a great event. That's why everybody is saying the city of joy. Kolkata is always charming, always participating in the good cause and good event.
But it's always been a city of joy, and there's such a sporting culture in the city. But maybe 10 or 15 years ago, if you asked people in the middle of winter, 5 in the morning, would you like to get up and run? They would probably say no. But things are changing. Kolkata's almost embracing this culture of fitness.
The fitness is the main criteria of today's world. Even medical science declared only walking and running is the main medicine of this disease. Everybody's in Calcutta is a culture. The morning walk, evening walk is a culture of Calcutta. Everybody is participating, and nowadays everybody is conscious about the health.
I mean, we're having a look at this. We're seeing the senior citizens run. I mean, it's not just about professional athletes anymore. It's also about the amateurs, and of course, age is no bar. People from all walks of life and all ages, whether you have a disability or not, we don't even like to use that word. It all comes together to make an inclusive society and a culture. I mean, that's brought a smile to your face more than anything else.
Actually, everybody is supporting the events, supporting the cause. And everybody, the senior citizen from 8 years to 80 years are participating in this event every year.
And of course, we talk about the support that comes from the outside, but even to have someone like yourself as an individual, through your busy schedule and your various portfolios that you have, but with sport and youth being part of it, I think you would also yourself as an individual be an inspiration to so many people and keep pushing sport, and running is such an important sport.
Obviously, actually 34 years back, the 34 years the left regime, the sports was finished. It's very kind enough to our Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Our sports budget was only 80 crores. Nowadays it is 800 crores. So that's why we are trying to develop the sports in Bengal. We have so many academies, the football academies, 3 players in Indian junior team from our academy. Our archery academy, 5 players in India team. Our table tennis academy, our tennis academy, our swimming academy. We are trying from the academy, the junior players, the talent, we are searching, we are trained them and go to for the Bengal and nation and international.
And of course, to finish with, we talked about, we're seeing so many people from all genders participating, and I think this year we had a couple of Ratnas for the TSK 25K, one of them being Jhulan Goswami. She's been such an icon for Kolkata, for Bengal, and looking up to her, more girls will come and participate.
Actually, Jhulan Goswami is not in the ideal of India, Bengal. He's the ideal of India. He's the highest wicket taker in one-day cricket throughout the world. So Jhulan is inspiration for the woman. He's fighting, and he's achieved this goal. Everybody who are involved in sports, see Jhulan, try and achieve the goal.
final question before we let you go. Once you look at an event like this and you see all of Kolkata coming out to run, I'm sure you might look at yourself and say, it makes my job a lot easier to see people actually come out and participate.
I appeal to everybody, please, every day, at least half an hour, either run or walk to fit yourself. This is the main medicine of today's world.
The main medicine, the main message from Shri Arup Vishwas. Thank you so much for joining us. Wonderful to have him in studio. And of course, all of you, Kolkata, keep listening to these messages from the ministers, from our inspiration, from our Ratnas, from our runners. And this is the message that's going out to all of Kolkata. And as we continue to see the wonderful runners, just a few minutes ago, the champions with disability, and the senior citizens run has been gone underway. Yes, just one more time, now that we are back here in studio, to once again say thank you to the Honourable Minister. Thank you so much for joining us. And yes, as the Honourable Minister leaves us, we can see just the start-finish line for our champions with disability, and the senior citizens run is in progress. And we've got all our colleagues who have been busy, up and about. Who's Genia got with her now?
A very good morning once again and welcome to TSK 25K Kolkata Marathon. Right now with me the very gorgeous, talented, our favourite, extremely fit, Shubhashree Ganguly.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So how are you liking it, Kolkata Marathon?
Oh, amazing, because Kolkata, the city of joy, it has a different vibe, you know, a different energy. So, and if it is related to sports, then it's in a different level altogether.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this vibe gives me very happiness, you know.
So from a small town in Bardhaman to being a respected artist in Kolkata right now, you have come a long way. Tell me, what are the most important lessons that you have learned along the way?
That failure is the most important part of success, because if you don't fail, you will not value the success.
What are some of the most favorite ways to stay fit, Shubhashree?
I think every day just wake up and go for, do something for yourself, run or do exercise, play football, play cricket, play badminton, do whatever you want to do.
Some kind of activity.
Some kind of activity is very important.
Other than movies, where you have been extremely successful, do you have any other dreams that you want to pursue in future?
Yeah, definitely. I really want to learn guitar or any kind of musical instrument. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And do you also run and jog every day? Do you work out every day without?
Yes, every day I play 1 hour badminton and 1 hour of weight training or any kind of training.
Oh yes, I do see that every day on social media. I do stalk you. Thank you. Enjoy TSK 25K
Thank you
Marathon.
so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shubhashree Ganguly.
Thank you, Genia. I think wonderful messages we are getting from various people, dignitaries. Shubhashree Ganguly, of course, one of the 2 Ratnas of the TSK Kolkata 25K. And I think failure being a cornerstone for success is a message from her. And I think a lot of the runners who are successful, a lot of the athletes who are successful, a lot of sports persons who are successful will stand by that. If you don't have the fear to fail, you will, of course, end up succeeding. And I think that's something we've seen in many of our runners, the elite runners, the amateur runners, the champions with disability, the senior citizens who are out there on the course right now. Very soon we will see another big mass participation event, the Ananda Run, that's going to be coming up very shortly. But we've had several races, and here's more results coming your way. The Indian men, 1:17:52, the best timing in there from Abhishek Pal. Kalidas Hirave finishing in 2nd place. Almost a minute behind them was Srinu Bugatha, who's been such an important part of running. All the others finishing in 1:19:23 and beyond. That was the men among the 25K. What about the women? You'll see among the women a huge gap. 1:34:23 for Sanjeevani Yadav and 1:37 for Monica Chaudhary. And then we've got to go back to 1:39:11 for Reenu Singh, who finished in 3rd place. And also good to see the second Hooghly Bridge. We saw the first one when we showed you the elite results for the men and women, and that was the second Hooghly Bridge. But among all our colleagues, I think the one who's been very busy out there in another part of the course is Genia.
Hello and welcome to TSK 25K Kolkata Marathon. And of course, I have with me a very, very special guest. With me is Mr. Vineet Goel, IPS Commissioner of Police, Kolkata. A very, very good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
So
Good morning to you as well.
how are you feeling, and what do you think of TSK 25K Kolkata?
Well, I've been seeing TSK 25K for last several years, and I myself participated in several of the races in last, I think, of course, last 2 years there were no race, but before that I was a participant in 25K race.
Yes, last was 2019 and we have made a grand comeback.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming. How physically or mentally demanding is the job of Kolkata's police chief?
Well, there's no doubt about this fact that it's a very demanding job. But I have a large team of very experienced and highly professional officers. We call it law and order management, traffic management, crime management, and we doing exceedingly well as far as crime is concerned. We are one of the safest city in the country. So traffic management, I think you ask anyone here and anyone who visits from outside here in the city of Calcutta, despite being very congested, the city continues to enjoy a reputation of having a very smooth traffic system here. So I think with the support of my officers, we are doing reasonably well.
Hats off to the entire team, of course. How does being physically fit help you to stay focused and being committed at your job?
So I think physical fitness and mental fitness are extremely important to these kind of pressure jobs, and that's the reason why we insist upon policemen, all policemen, to stay fit, and sports are a very integral part of our service, and that's the reason why a large number of policemen today, if you see, they are into some sports or running or some other physical events. So I think it's extremely important for all of us to stay fit, and we try our level best to stay fit.
To all the youngsters out there, and also to all the people who have joined today at the marathon, or maybe looking forward to the next year, who are trying to come, who has plans of coming, any advice that you would want to give as far as fitness is concerned?
So I think today the youth is far more conscious about their health.
That's true.
About their fitness, and I see a lot more people going for sports, running, and many other activities than what it was maybe a decade ago. And I would say that winning and losing is a part of the game. So not that you always play sports or participate in races just for the purpose of winning, but we also do it for the purpose of staying fit, and I think that is extremely important for I think overall personality development of a person.
Okay, now considering how busy your schedule is and how demanding it is, do you actually get time to run, to go for a jogging, to work out, maybe to hit the gym?
Not this year I have not done much of it.
Okay.
Because it's been demanding since I joined in my new position. But earlier I was a regular and very enthusiastic runner.
And which is your favorite sport, if I may ask?
So I would play tennis, used to go for swimming, and of course the marathon running is one of the...
Marathon running?
Yeah.
So would you aim for a 25K maybe next year or so?
So as I said earlier, that I've already done 25K races in Tata T 25K itself. But of course in future when I get to practice a bit of it, then I should be able to attempt it.
Thank you so much.
Well, from early in the morning we've seen the DJ playing, but right across Red Road the Army Band has been in full swing, because they are, of course, the hosts in a sense, celebrating Vijay Diwas, celebrating so much more. For now, we'll take a quick break on the telecast. Back after this.
Running does a lot of wonder to me. It has helped me transform physically, but also mentally too. I'm super excited for my first 25k. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by PharmEasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी. प्राइम वॉलीबॉल के सुपर ह्यूमंस जहां, पब्लिक वहां. ग्रुप ए प्रैंक वॉलीबॉल लीग पावर्ड बाय 823 4 फरवरी से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर.
Australia versus South Africa. First test. Live on Sony Sports Network.
WWE meets जबर मस्ती, तगड़ा एक्शन और जमकर मजा.
Oh my God! A wicked suplex, Roman Reigns, Superman punch!
100% Shoot Sports Entertainment. कहाँ दिखेगा?
Only on Sony Sports Network.
Only on Sony Sports Network. On Sony Sports Network. On Sony Sports Network.
It's the battle of the champions. It's the glory of the nation. It's a celebration. It's a revolution. You can feel it everywhere.
Ek bachaya gama.
Lanka Premier League 2022. Win together.
On Sony Sports Network.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats.
Inspiring, what can you say?
Often, their greatness is witnessed on the court.
Are you marinating in the madness of Melbourne?
It not only echoes in their unbeaten streaks,
Djokovic dominates,
but also reflects in their fandom. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here.
amazing scenes.
Australian
The
Open,
Australian Open champion.
Slam of the Greats. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
Amazing. KFC Big Bash League.
On Sony Sports Network.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by PharmEasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
One day I got up and realized life is too short to just walk, so I started running. From 5 to 10 to now 25. My first 25, it's not going to be easy, but definitely worth it. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Well, hi guys. Here I am in the cool-down area at the where all the runners come through after they've run their 10k or their 25k or whatever they do. And Diraj and Lisa are here. Diraj, Lisa, well done. You've got your medals. Lisa, you're obviously a serious runner. You're running with your hydration pack. How was your race?
It was a really good run for me. The weather was amazing. There was bhangra, there was music throughout the route. It was an amazing experience today. Yeah.
That's great to hear. And Diraj, what about you? Are you equally positive?
Yeah, it was a very good experience. We both came from the same group, North Kolkata runners. We are from the same group, and we've been practicing for almost 4-5 months. I've been practicing, and she's a marathon runner as well.
I can see you're both fired up by this. Running in Kolkata is booming by the sounds of things.
Yes, it's really amazing community. We love to run. We are consistent. Whether it's really hot, like 40 degrees, we are still running. We are running throughout the year. We love the culture.
Great to see you. And your final word on this?
Keep running. That's all I'll say.
Keep running. Get out running. Okay, back to you guys.
Well, there we are. Tim Hutchings finally getting out there, getting down and dirty among the thick of it all. But we've seen the flag off stand right now. All the dignitaries are there for the last of our runners, or the last of our events, as it were, and it's the largest of them all. This is the one where the entire city comes to participate and, of course, have a bit of fun. It's the Ananda Run. Ananda, of course, literally stands for fun and merriment, and that's what huge numbers of people from Kolkata who are not necessarily semi-professional or even amateur athletes. And have a look at that. In the center of your picture is Jhulan Goswami. She's done a lot of running in her time, and she's had her fast bowling to negotiate over the years. This time it's not just 22 yards, a lot more than that she has to run. 5 kilometers is the length of the Ananda Run, and they're all running behind Jhulan Goswami, all delighted to be with someone who's been pride of Kolkata, pride of Bengal, and as Arup Biswas said a few minutes ago, definitely the pride of India as well. Have a look at this. Kolkata coming out in their numbers, not just to watch and inspire others, but to participate themselves. We've seen the champions with disability not too long ago. We've seen the senior citizens run, and now it's the Ananda Run. So many running for different causes, different charities. They'll dress up. They'll do it all for a good reason. And it's not just fancy dress. It's all for a very, very good cause. This is the smallest of the distances, but the largest of the causes. The Ananda Run in Kolkata at Tata Steel Kolkata 25K 2022. On a day when we've seen the men's and the women's course records shattered. But when you talk about course records being shattered, and you talk about athletes at their very highest level, it's only appropriate that this event should have an international event ambassador who epitomizes excellence in sport. India's first ever individual Olympic gold medalist is with us in the studio. As I said, international event ambassador Abhinav Bindra. Welcome, Abhinav.
Thank you so much. Glad to see you.
Your sport is not exactly something that takes place at 5 o'clock in the morning, so it must have been a little alien for you to be out there flagging everyone off in the cold of 5 a.m. or is that when you generally used to train anyway?
Well, I used to run at 5 o'clock in the morning, ironically enough. I was in a sport which required stillness, but running was an integral part of my routine and something which was extremely important from a performance point of view.
Yeah, but it's been wonderful to see, as we've seen out there, all the wonderful runners. Here's another inspirational story we've got out there. Asif Iqbal running 25 kilometers and hoping to break a record, be in the Asia Book of Records, the first Asian to run 25 kilometers without any physical assistance. Normally blind runners have something attached to them. He decided to go a step further, and he's only going on visual cues. And I think this just shows, Asif Iqbal's run just shows how human endurance can be pushed to the limit, Abhinav.
Absolutely, it's so inspiring to see this, and just to see the inclusivity in the entire event. It's been absolutely spectacular. I mean, people from all backgrounds, all shapes and sizes, all fitness levels, just coming together, the city coming together, the community coming together to experience the spirit of sport and to experience the spirit of running and to really enjoy the joy and effort. And it's just very, very inspiring to see this particular story, and really hoping that he'll break the record. But generally, but overall speaking, it's been absolutely wonderful to be here and to really witness the spirit firsthand.
Well, just about 300 meters or so to go for Asif. There he is, bib number 5335, and it's a very special bib. Tim was mentioning early on that there are runners who have completed the race, but without the blindfold it didn't actually count. So this time around he's actually had to have the blindfold, and then the two gentlemen in yellow on the right and left are simply giving him audio clues as to where to go. Turn left, slow down, turn right. That's all he gets. No physical contact at all, and that's getting him into the Asian Book of Records. Our Notun Alo story at TSK 25K, an inspiration to so many others.
Absolutely. I mean, it just tells you whatever challenges there may be, you know, as long as you have the will, there's always a way. And, you know, it's just so heartwarming to see this particular story.
And of course, he also happens to have a daily job as an associate director at a leading consultancy company. So he sort of straddles that with keeping fit and running. We spoke to him earlier and he was absolutely delightful to speak to. It's almost as if one introduction and you know he can actually see you.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, you know, he might not be able to see, but you know, just you know, he's made up with other things and other sensibilities. And I had the great pleasure of having a quick chat with him a couple of days ago as well, and it was just wonderful to hear his story and hear his determination that he has and the will that he has, and most importantly the passion that he has and his ability to just make sure that you know, he's giving it all to his passion, and that's a lesson for everybody.
Certainly is. There he is. We just saw the 300-meter board. This is down Red Road. This is where it all began. The action began at 5:40 in the morning. Asif started off a few minutes before that. He had a target time of 3 hours and 30 minutes to complete his race, and he's very, very close, I can tell you, to that target time, because he started off at about 5:15 in the morning and it's approximately 8:45. So his target time of 3 hours and 30 minutes, we're very close to reaching that. So it's one thing to just say that, look, I'm going out there to get into a record book, but to do that also in a particular target time, that is just another level.
Absolutely, and not often do athletes achieve, you know, the personal goals or the personal targets that they set for themselves. So more power to him.
Yeah, we've seen Leonard Barseton, the defending champion in the elite men's race, break the course record. In fact, the top 3 runners in the men's race, all of them, Leonard Barseton, Biranu Legese, Victor Kiplangat from Uganda, all of them breaking the course record under 1:13.05. In the women's race, Desi Jisa from Bahrain, she broke the course record. But at the moment we're focusing on Asif Iqbal, completing 25 kilometers. And if you can have a quick look around, that is Asif's family, his daughter, his wife. They're waiting for him at the finish line. We met them as well. Look at that reaction. Isn't that wonderful? There is Papa. He's coming to us. And that is stuff of goosebumps, I can tell you. We've seen so much athleticism. We've seen all the top athletes in the world. But this is wonderful. Go on, take that photograph. I hope she's not taking a selfie because she wants to see her husband coming in there. And yeah, she's got the camera properly focused. I think she's just a little bit nervous to click on that. There he goes past them. And come on, there's going to be a big hug waiting for him. There it is. Look at him, he's jubilant. Look around and see your family. There is his wife, his daughter. And that is a family scene for the ages. We don't always see this, and we can just savor these moments. A Notun Alo hero, and I think an inspiration and a hero to many, many people around. Well, it's not often we'd keep an international event ambassador waiting, but I think, Abhinav, you would have enjoyed those moments.
Oh, it was a spectacular moment, and it was so wonderful to see his family right there on the finish line. Not often it happens in sport that, you know, a family is waiting right at the finish line. Normally you have to wait a couple of days before you see them, but it's a really special and really a heartwarming moment of this entire race.
But it's important, I mean, going back to the achievements, and we've had a few chats over it over the last couple of days, the importance of family is at any level of sport. Not often, as you said, you get to actually see them literally at the finish line, but just the work they do behind the scenes,
Absolutely.
the unsung heroes.
They're the absolute unsung heroes of every athlete's journey. You know, personally, my family had a massive role to play in my career. You know, on many days I felt hopeless, and on those particular days, they continued to see a lot of hope in me. And that was just something that was continuously there throughout my 20 years in sport. And I know many athletes, and it's very similar in their lives as well, that family, no matter you know what the result may be, they continue to love you, and you know whenever you're down and out, they're right there to hold your hand and get you back on your feet again.
Well, delighted that you could join us, Abhinav. Stay where you are for a moment, because as one inspiration and one great athlete leaves us in International Event Ambassador Abhinav Bindra, we've told you we have some more inspiring stories for you. The first of our Notun Josh stories, and this is going to be another goosebump moment, I can tell you. This is Rupa Kumari.
बचपन में ढंग के जूते ही नहीं मिले। भैया को इंग्लिश मीडियम वाले जूते, मुझे सरकारी स्कूल के चप्पल। भैया को इंजीनियरिंग वाले लेदर शूज, मुझे वापस 12th के बाद घर पे खाली पाँव।
It was a quest to stand tall in her own shoes that pulled Rupa Kumari from Dhanbad to Kolkata. Having played second fiddle all her life, Rupa finally decided to run her own destiny. When all hope seemed lost, running was what helped Rupa keep pushing forward. It helped her brave a strange city at just age 16, live off a tea and biscuit diet till her first salary, brave hardship after hardship, proving that no dream is distant if only one has the heart and belief to go the distance.
Well, certainly inspirational stories, but only the tip of the iceberg. As far as Rupa's whole story, it's been a wonderful journey for her, and it doesn't stop here. Just running the 25K is the beginning of the journey for her, because her next step in January is to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Her next step after that is to reach Mount Everest. I can tell you, when you're inspired, you're truly, truly inspired. We're going to see a lot more of that, but before that, we're going to go into a break with yet another message.
Hi, this is my first 25K and I'm really excited. Focusing on my training and being consistent, I think, is going to be the key to finishing well. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
डिलीवरी कब है बेटा?
ये हो गई डिलीवरी। अब तू डिलीवर कर, जल्दी जल्दी।
सबके सब ले जाओ।
बस।
सबके सब मैनेजर खड़ा हो जाओ।
Oops. Dal gaya?
Hey!
चलो। Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. And look at the intensity, the ferocity in the eyes. Break it down. Break it down. Oh my God! It's Drew McIntyre. What a combination!
Bro, start. Prarang kijiye.
छोटे तू स्टार्ट कर
You.
तू अबे तुम नहीं स्कॉटिश वॉरियर स्टार्ट करेंगे
Oh my God! Shock swirl! मचेगा यहाँ धूमधाम. Break it, break it, break it. मचेगा यहाँ धूमधाम. Oh my goodness! मचेगा यहाँ धूमधाम. Destruction everywhere you look. Look at this! A wicked suplex. decimation. Roman Reigns, Superman punch! The kiss of death! Auga, 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 ho, ho. Absolutely incredible!
लूटोगे तो टूटोगे. Tsutoge!
McIntyre with a claymore!
वैसे लुटे क्यों हो बे?
Action के लिए!
Hashtag thrill! Drama! मजा दे
पैसे तो बैंक क्यों लूट रहे हो? ब्रो, अगर लाइफ में लूटना ही है मजे लूटो. जैसे पूरा इंडिया लूटता है WWE के साथ. जबर मस्ती, तगड़ा एक्शन और जमकर मजा. रॉ, NXT और स्मैकडाउन में.
WWE meets
100% शुद्ध स्पोर्ट्स एंटरटेनमेंट. कहाँ दिखेगा?
only on Sony Sports Network.
Only on Sony Sports Network, on Sony Sports Network, on Sony Sports Network.
प्राइम वॉलीबॉल के सुपर ह्यूमंस जहां, पब्लिक वहां. ग्रुप ए प्राइम वॉलीबॉल लीग पावर्ड बाय 823 4 फरवरी से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
I'm running TSK 25K for the first time. I'm very much excited. I ran in this event twice earlier in 10K segments. This time I'm targeting 25K and I'm very much excited for the run. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Well, I'm with the North Kolkata runners, the NKR runners, and this is Sanya, who I think is the leader. Are you the ringleader?
Yes, I'm the leader. I'm the captain of NKR, North Kolkata runners. This is North Kolkata runners group. And we are from Calcutta. We are about like 200 members in our North Kolkata runners group. We run every day. We have 5 clans in Calcutta, and we represent Calcutta as a running group. So, and our captain is Rahul Iron Gupta and Ankit Badani.
Now, I've been watching you for the last 10 minutes, and you're clearly all quite mad, but it looks to me like the ladies are in charge.
Yes, we all are cheering, we all are in Josh, and we are representing Calcutta, and our group, North Kolkata Runners Group, we are representing in the high Josh. How's the Josh, girls? वीर बहादुर रनर कौन? सबसे आगे रनर कौन? सबसे आगे साइकिलिस्ट कौन? Yes, so we are NKRians. Thank
What we've done, we've not just let him out, we've unleashed Tim Hutchings out there in Kolkata. He's obviously having a lot of fun, but you need to, because Kolkata is having a lot of fun. It's part of the Anando Run, and that is what this entire event is about. But the event is also about some inspiring stories that we've seen. We've seen the inspiring story of Rupa Kumari, who's gone from humble backgrounds to running the 25K. Now Kilimanjaro comes, then comes Mount Everest, but that's not where our Notun Josh stories end. Here's another one, very inspirational.
Stone in one hand, sickle in the other, she casts a mighty tall shadow, fiery, feral, ferocious, to hell with patriarchy. It's the mud that gives Ma Kali her form, and this was the quagmire Maya Basnet was born into. Circumstances couldn't corrode her spirit, so they started chopping away at her body, After life kept pushing her against the wall, it was finally her turn to break barriers. Unrestrained, fetterless, beyond constraints of culture. At the age of 52, Maya took to running, and as her love affair with the sport blossomed, her arthritis dissipated, then disappeared. It was a dream for golden chariots that once drew Maya to Kolkata. At 6, her playgrounds were farmlands. At 52, it is a red road to victory, bringing in a recognition, self-worth and sense of pride that all her life had seemed a distant dream.
Our Notun Josh hero, once again, we only heard part of the story, but I think for many of you out there, the real reason why she took to running, despite all the disabilities and the challenges she faced, she suddenly was told when she had her arthritic problems that she could no longer afford the treatment of her doctors. And this is, once again, this is what's happening at the start line. Wonderful action, wonderful color, people running for various causes. This is part of the Ananda Run. But yes, our Notun Josh story that we were talking about with Maya, suddenly when you're faced with being told that you could no longer afford your treatment because you'd rather give your treatment for your children's education. So she had a choice, educate her children or continue to get her own treatment. She said no to her treatment, yes to her children's education. And what did that mean? It meant self-treatment. What was the self-treatment? Running. She started running, the symptoms disappeared, she became better, and even today she runs. She runs in a sari, she runs in sneakers as well. A lot of people in the Ananda Run were also running after Jhulan Goswami because she inspired them to come and run. She's done a lot in her own life. We were trying to figure out a number to calculate how much she's run based on the number of overs she's bowled, and I can tell you it's a very, very big number. For today, she's run a little bit on the course, and at the moment she's standing still because so many young boys and girls, and not even young anymore, everyone loves Jhulan, they all want a piece of her. They're getting their caps signed, they're getting photographs taken. She is one of the 2 Ratnas of TSK 25K here in Kolkata. Notun Josh, Notun Run, that's the place to pose. That's the photograph for the ages with Jhulan Goswami. Well, we've seen some inspirational stories. We have, we've got many more moments to remember from today. Here we go. We can go back to that. These are just some of the iconic moments we want to capture. We'll see a lot of these captured in still photographs, but I think some of these moving moments from TSK 25K from 2022, we'll keep bringing them to you from time to time. We've of course seen friends and family who are in a little band at the bottom have been keeping an eye on familiar faces in familiar locales of the city that you've grown up in, and I think that's been the wonderful part of this event. It's been almost 3 years in the making because we've had a break from 2019. The one person who didn't feel the break was a certain Leonard Basseton. Remember, he won in 2019. There was a break of 3 years. He said at the press conference, the 2019 victory in December feels like yesterday, and the way he ran the race and broke the course record, I don't think he was kidding. It felt like it was yesterday, and for him it was a moment to savor, just like all of us continue to savor these moments that have come from this morning. There's another wonderful slow-mo moment. This was from the start of the Champions with Disability and the Senior Citizens race. There's a message out there for all of you. Age is absolutely no bar when it comes to this wonderfully inclusive sport of running. Fabulous moments to remember, and as I said, we've had such a busy crew. Tim Hutchings, we don't know if he'll ever come back to studio or not, but one thing's for sure, Magic Mobani loves being out there. She loves her magic. Where is she now?
I'm super excited right now as we can see that the Ananda Run is on, and also we have many special people running us who have been doing the marathon for a very long time. So you've been doing the marathon for a very long time, right?
एक्चुअली जब मैं कलकत्ता से मैराथन जब स्टार्ट हुआ था एविल के साथ मैं भाग रहा था, तो अभी फिजिकली चैलेंज के लिए दूसरा कैटेगरी हो गया है, तो उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करता है क्योंकि मैं पैरा एथलीट हूँ। मैं पैरा एशियन गेम्स में लॉन्ग जंप में सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट हूँ, तो अभी अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि जो फिजिकली चैलेंज है वो भी कोशिश करता है कि हम कुछ करें, कुछ आगे बढ़े, इंडिया के लिए कुछ करें। तो होपफुली टाटा स्टील को हम धन्यवाद कहेंगे क्योंकि उन लोगों ने इतना सारे अरेंजमेंट किया है और उसके साथ फिजिकली चैलेंज को भी इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए भाग दिया है, तो थैंकफुली और उससे भी आगे बढ़ेगा एवं देश के लिए जो लोग हम लड़ रहे तो उसके साथ टाटा स्टील हमेशा रहेगा, यही कोशिश करेंगे।
That is brilliant. As you can see that there is magic in the air, and making the impossible possible is the biggest thing on earth. And the most interesting thing is that right now there is so many beautiful things happening together, so much of inspiration, so much of motivation, and so many beautiful thoughts put together. And right now I would just be feeling so happy to be spending this moment with you.
जब एक्सीडेंट हुआ था तब मैं छोटा था, 4 साल का था, तब से मैं ये कोशिश कर रहा हूँ स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। तो भारत को मैंने मेडल लेके आया है, तो अभी कोशिश कर रहा है जो मेरा सामने इवेंट है। अभी मैंने लॉन्ग जंप पहले करता था, तो अभी राइफल शूटिंग में आया है, तो उसके कोशिश में चल रहा है।
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And over to you, Gautam.
Thanks, Mobani. Obviously, she's been interacting with a lot of runners, getting the atmosphere to us, and I think that's been absolutely wonderful. I think one word that will go out of our dictionaries once we watch this is disability. It's only ability. It's only inspiration. We'll take a quick break. On the other side, much more live from Kolkata.
Running for me is like meditation. It helps me reflect and plan for my day while keeping me fit. Super excited to be part of TSK 25K run. Nutan Josh, Nutan Ron.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Pharmeasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats.
Inspiring, what can you say?
Often, their greatness is witnessed on the court.
Are you marinating in the madness of Melbourne?
It not only echoes in their unbeaten streaks,
Djokovic dominates,
but also reflects in their fandom. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here.
amazing scenes.
Australian
The
Open,
Australian Open champion.
Slam of the Greats. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
Hey! सबके सब लेट जाओ! बस! मैनेजर, खड़ा हो जाओ!
अब क्या?
चलो! Break it down!
प्रारंभ कीजिए.
Oh my God! So swell! Absolutely incredible!
लूटोगे तो टूटोगे. बैंक क्यों लूट रहे हो? अगर लाइफ में लूटना ही है, मजे लूटो. जैसे पूरा इंडिया लूटता है WWE के साथ.
WWE means
100% शुद्ध स्पोर्ट्स एंटरटेनमेंट.
Only on Sony Sports Network, on Sony Sports Network.
किक ऑफ तो आपने कई सारे देखे होंगे, पर ये किक ऑफ सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पे दिखेगा. यहाँ मिलेंगे फुटबॉल के ग्रेट्स. नमस्ते इंडिया. मार्क एंड टेरी के नेवर एंडिंग डिबेट्स. ट्रांसफर रूमर्स.
He spent 60 million on players.
और ढेर सारा ह्यूमर. Kick off every Monday and Friday 8 p.m. live on the Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Amul, the taste of India. वॉलीबॉल के सुपर ह्यूमंस जहां, पब्लिक वहां। ग्रुप ए प्रैंक वॉलीबॉल लीग पावर्ड बाय 823 4 फरवरी से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second Test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Farm Easy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
I'm running my first 25K this year in TSK 25 and I'm super excited about it. Run when you can, walk if you have to, crawl if you must, but never give up. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
From Kolkata, it's not quite the scenes we saw at 5:40 in the morning, even before the sun came up. All of Kolkata was running at the open 10K run. It's a lot further along. It's after 9 o'clock in the morning here. It's still misty, as it typically is on a winter morning in December. And we're seeing participants in the Ananda run, who of course run for a cause. They like to dress up, they like to dance, a lot of music out there. And right here in the studio, we've had a bit of a minor miracle because we somehow managed to get Tim Hutchings back in the studio. He was having so much fun out there. I have no idea how he managed to tear himself away, but we're also joined by Narayan TV, Chief Marketing Officer of IDFC First Bank. So welcome, you're in Tim's company. We didn't think we'd get him back there because he was out there having so much fun.
I'd like to have stayed out there, I have to say. It was the atmosphere is just oozing energy and celebration. It's wonderful.
But, you know, the atmosphere is one thing that you've seen, but for everything that your institution stands for, the ethos of social good, it must be heartwarming to see it all coming together, unfolding in front of you.
Absolutely, it is. Firstly, thank you so much for having me over at the studio. It's great to be here. And, you know, Kolkata is always known as the city of joy. For us to be here as a bank and see the kind of participation that we are very, very glad that we are here. Yeah.
Now, coming from Mumbai, being here early in the morning, I know Kolkatans don't like the cold, but Mumbaikars probably don't adapt as much to it either. Are you feeling a little nippy this morning?
So the attire kind of makes up for it. But yeah, I love the weather here, actually. My earliest memories of Kolkata was always, you know, humid. But I think I've landed at the right time of the year. So it makes for a wonderful time to be here. Yeah.
You were saying to me just before we came on air that you used to run, but you've stopped running. Are you inspired by today to maybe want to run a bit more? Again?
The honest answer is yes. But I'll have to pull myself to do it again. Yeah. But as a company, we believe that, you know, we encourage our employees to run. The point of being here is also that, you know, one of the core pillars that the bank is built on is essentially around social good. The other two being ethical and digital. So social good, you know, a participative sport like marathon fits in really well. So we do see that, you know, as banks, we have a responsibility not just to actually help people get from point A to point B in their lives financially. It's also about building the community and taking the country along as we go. So it's a nice fit for us.
We've been seeing some wonderfully inspiring stories, and while he's with us in studio, I think it's time to see another. When you think of a cricketer and a cricketer who's a cancer survivor, you normally think of just Yuvraj Singh. But I can tell you there's someone out there in the course in Kolkata who grew up with a passion for cricket. He also was struck down by that deadly disease, but for him it was not a deadly disease. It was just a stepping stone to a comeback. Here's our next Notun Joe story.
He never smoked in his life, never had a drink, but was diagnosed with lung cancer at 29. Probably makes Saket Surolia the poster child for Khaya Piya Kuch Nahi, Glass Toda Barana. People laugh till their belly hurts. Stage 2 made Saket cough till his ribs cracked. Chemo and radiation felt like a googly at 100 miles. Unpredictable, yet extremely painful when it hit. But as Saket approached the crease for a fresh innings, he discovered running as the perfect coping mechanism to keep his body pumped up for more. While cancer waged war inside, running kept his mind sane. And just like that, today life comes full circle. From being detected with lung cancer on a cricket field to running his maiden 25k, the Maidan may have changed, but the Josh, high as ever, boss.
You know, the big part of all these stories is they don't just cross a hurdle. You know, we saw the earlier stories as well. A girl wants to not just run the 25k, she wants to climb Everest. And now we see he's not just recovered, but he's just pushing himself to the limit.
They're incredibly humbling, but actually it makes you feel that anything is possible, doesn't it? Because you see the challenges that some people are presented with. I mean, wanting to go to Everest, we were chatting to that young lady yesterday, and she was determined she was going to get up these 7 peaks that are amongst the highest in the world, including Everest, from very, very humble beginnings. Likewise, a young lad, never smoked in his life, starts coughing blood and develops cancer. You know, thank goodness he's over it. But it puts everything in perspective for me, Gotham. You know, we have problems. I complain about a tax bill or a parking ticket or something. These are real challenges these people are getting over.
Yes, certainly is. But since we've got Narayan TV with us, you talked about the social good. But even when you're part of such a big event like this, tell us about some of the new initiatives that are coming out of the bank.
So, I mean, because we're talking about a participative sport right now, and it incidentally is our foundation day today. So I couldn't ask for a better day to be actually here at the studio. You know, coming back to this concept of social good, we thought, you know, our theme across all the marathons in India is built around journey to the start. Most people celebrate the journey to the finish line, but we thought taking that first step to actually make that attempt to actually, you know, cross over to the finish line is more important than actually crossing over to the finish line. So the beauty of something like this is that, you know, not only do you run, there are entire families and communities that move along with you. You run for a cause. In that process, sometimes it's so dear to you that you might be running for a friend that you care about, or a cause or an NGO that you want to actually raise funds for. So in that sense, you know, the bank also thought, you know, we have an initiative called the Runner's Pledge. What we do is, for anybody who crosses over and finishes the 10k run in about say 55 minutes, we're going to credit 1,000 rupees directly into their bank account. And for every runner who finishes the 25-kilometer run within 2 hours and 15 minutes, we're going to credit 2,500 into their bank account. In many ways, we are helping people actually go and support the things that deeply matter to them. And that's the way we would want to look at it too.
Yeah. Wonderful initiatives. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your time, Narayan TV, and for being a part of this event. Well, there are a few runners out there who may have opened their own accounts. Maybe they were coming and running for the first time. Maybe they've been here before, and this is the wonderful prize that they had waiting at the end of it. Complete 25 kilometers, and you can pick up that glittering medal that's going to be adorning mantelpieces across the city and maybe even across the country for people who have come from outside. Suman Biswas with 34.41, who led the pack in the men's open results for the 10K that, of course, started early in the morning. For the women, we had Tashi Ladol with 38.46. Wonderful timings for all our amateur runners in the women's open 10K. We also had the 25K, remember, just after the elite started, 1:24.56, times to be proud of for Shani Chaudhary, Rupan Devnath, Anuj Kumar, the top three there, under 1:25. And for the women's, Saraswati Rai finishing with 1:47.33. And like in the Indian women's elite, there was 2 minutes gap to first and second. So congratulations to all the open 10K and open 25K amateur participants. We'll take a quick break here. Lots more to chat about, more inspirational stories, and so much more for this wonderful event in Kolkata.
Running does a lot of wonder to me. It has helped me transform physically, but also mentally too. I'm super excited for my first 25K. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second Test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Pharmeasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
Every generation is blessed with a few greats.
Oh, inspiring. What can you say?
Often, their greatness is witnessed on the court.
Are you marinating in the madness of Melbourne?
It not only echoes in their unbeaten streaks,
Djokovic dominates.
but also reflects in their fandom. Some leave their mark, while some mark their arrival. Achieving greatness is a journey, and it begins here.
Amazing scenes.
Australian
The
Open,
Australian Open champion.
Slam of the Greats. Australian Open starts Monday, 16th January, only on the Sony Sports Network.
Hey! सबके सब लेट जाओ! बस! मैनेजर, खड़ा हो जाओ!
तब क्या?
चलो! Break it down!
प्रारंभ कीजिए.
Oh my God! Choke slam! Absolutely incredible!
लूटोगे तो टूटोगे. बैंक क्यों लूट रहे हो? अगर लाइफ में लूटना ही है, मजे लूटो. जैसे पूरा इंडिया लूटता है WWE के साथ.
WWE meets
100% Shoot Sports Entertainment.
Only on Sony Sports Network, on Sony Sports Network.
Formation is the key. If you don't get it right, your opposition will go through you like a piece of cake. Sorry. For more tasty insights into the UEFA Champions League, the Bundesliga, the UEFA Nations League, and much more from the world of football, simply tune into the Top Corner with John Dykes.
On Sony Sports Network.
प्राइम वॉलीबॉल के सुपर ह्यूमंस जहां, पब्लिक वहां. ग्रुप ए प्राइम वॉलीबॉल लीग पावर्ड बाय 823 4 फरवरी से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second Test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by Pharmeasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire. And Sense, smart wearables and TVs. In association with Mobikwik, Club Mahindra, Sansui, life-enhancing smart TVs. Ultratech, India's #1 cement. And Kent RO, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी.
One day I got up and realized life is too short to just walk, so I started running. From 5 to 10 to now 25. My first 25, it's not going to be easy, but definitely worth it. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Yes, we're seeing some wonderful scenes there, and these are special young men on the podium. These are the winners of the Vijay Diwas Trophy. We did say that all the various races that are happening, this is a very special part of it because the three services coming together, and of course the Army playing great host because we are in the Fort William area, and you could see Major General S.S. Kalon giving away the trophy at the Vijay Diwas Trophy. And of course, if we're keeping him busy giving away the trophy, we thought we'd sneak him into the studio and hear from him, because not only is he part of the armed forces, but he's been an international athlete himself. Major General, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
So we kept you busy there giving away the trophy, and of course we're celebrating Vijay Diwas as we do at this time of year. But tell us about your own experience as an international sports person.
Oh, I actually started with yachting very early in life. And I was on the national circuit for about 3-4 years, and finally did represent India for the Asian Pacifics in the laser class boat.
Wow. I mean, elite yachting is quite something, because you were saying to me just now before we came on air that you're into cycling these days. Is the yachting taking a back seat, and the cycling, it's a far more physical thing, the cycling, I presume?
Yeah, but even yachting is very taxing. It requires a very high standard of physical fitness. And the facility is not available everywhere, so it's easier to cycle. So now I switched to cycling.
But this is totally news to me. So if you're a top yachtsman, you actually have to go to the gym and do weights and so on. There's a lot of physical work involved.
Yes.
But tell us, I mean, we know that if you're in the armed forces, there's already a sense of discipline that's instilled within you. But we are seeing with the Vijay Diwas Trophy that members of the Army, Air Force and the Navy are actually coming together and getting out there and running. So how is that inspiring the average man or woman on the street, and what's your message to them?
So the Vijay Diwas Trophy was instituted in 2017. And as you know, Vijay Diwas is to celebrate the victory of the Indian Army over Pakistan in 1971. And it was a historic victory, wherein almost 93,000 soldiers of Pakistan surrendered to the Indian Army. So it was just that the present generation doesn't forget the sacrifices made by the Indian Army and the soldiers, that this trophy was instituted. And it is just to remind the citizens of India that they must remember the soldiers' sacrifices.
Of course, but I think the message also is out there that that discipline that you have in the armed forces is out there for Kolkata, coming out there to run the fitness regime. And we've been inspired by them. We've also been inspired by our Notun Josh heroes. We've seen the stories of a few of them. Here's another one that's likely to inspire you.
Blue collar. A very soft word, a very harsh reality. Blue collar is run-down ramshackle slums, living on less than $100 a month. Chop hair, guard doors, sweep floors. One back-breaking job after another. One unpaid debt after another. And to top it all, a freak train accident in 2015 led to Uday Kumar losing his left leg. Tainted with blood, sweat, tears, the blue-collar life had hit breaking point. But it was in this city, decked with white and blue, that Uday had yet another fateful tryst with destiny waiting in store. Having had to relearn how to walk, the father of two was given a prosthetic, which led him to taking up running. The crutch of self-pity soon gave way to a newfound freedom. Running brought Uday not just recognition for his dedication, but also acceptance into a community of runners as an equal. It transformed his notions of the blue collar forever, gifting him with a sense of self he had always yearned for.
एक्सीडेंट के बाद मैं हमेशा खुद से पूछता रहा, मैं ही क्यों? लेकिन रनिंग ने मुझे पूछना सिखाया, क्यों नहीं?
It's amazing. We talk about the inclusivity of running as a sport, but I think what it's done for our Notun Josh heroes and for so many out there in the country, it's given them a new lease of life. And in Uday's case, almost pretty literally.
Yes, unbelievable. I mean, chatting to him yesterday, I was staggered just to hear his story, which is horrific. And he plumbed the depths of his own spirit, but came back, runs 10K every morning. The guy's got one leg. So there are no barriers for him. I mean, talk about the sky's the limit. It's so inspiring. And again, it's humbling. And these things are good in life, you know, because it's so easy to get carried away with yourself. Different things, different challenges we all have in our lives. And they're minuscule compared with what this guy's achieved.
And even for something like the prosthetic leg, which is expensive, he can't take that for granted because he knows that he may not be able to afford the next one. So he has to protect that prosthetic leg, uses it for running, and when he's not doing that, he's back on crutches.
Yeah, just astonishing. You know, he was talking to us about how much he earns, and it's not huge amounts of money, but he battles through life, looks after the family with it all, and enjoys his running. And actually, somebody earlier on in the program was saying how running every morning gives them mental release. It helps them freshen up and starts the day really well. It gets them in the right place mentally, and I'm sure that's the case for him.
Yeah, if you thought those Notun Josh stories were inspirational, how about this for resilience? How about this for a record breaker? Our Notun Alo hero, and that is one of the moments. Shubhashri Ganguly felicitating our wonderful Asif Iqbal, who's run 25 kilometers. He's a blind runner who normally they run with the aid of some sort of a rubber band or some sort of a rope. He did it without any of that, just with audio cues from a couple of guys running a couple of feet to his right and left, telling him where to go and what to do, and that is an inspiration for us all.
It's a barrier breaker. I've never seen it before. Normally, blind runners have a guide runner. They're attached by a piece of rope or a piece of rubber, something a foot, 18 inches long, and they constantly in contact with each other and could be guided. The only guidance he had was audible. That is barrier breaking stuff. I've never seen it before. It's brilliant.
And he feels your presence. I mean, when he spoke to both Tim and me, within a couple of minutes, it's almost as if he knew both of us inside out.
Yeah, lovely lad, lovely fella.
And I think finally, I mean, since we've got Major General Kalo with us, you would have heard enough stories from the armed forces of people who have had injuries, debilitating injuries, and come out of that and continue to fight. And I think these stories tell you that.
Yes, I'm sure you would have heard about Major D.P. Singh. He's another one who had lost his leg during the Kargil war, and today even he's running marathons. So such stories are there, and they keep inspiring all our men to keep moving on.
And you said yourself that you were inspired by today's events, that you've been doing a lot of cycling recently after your yachting career, but actually you think you might get back into your running?
Yes, I have got motivated, and I'm going to be there for the next run.
Excellent. We'll hold you to that next year.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Major General, for joining us, and of course keep inspiring everybody in all walks of life.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But of course, let's have a look at the men who made history there. There we go, the winners in the elite class. And there at the top of the podium for the second time in succession, Leonard Barsaton. To his left is Victor Kiplangat, and to his right is Birhanu Legese. The top three on the podium, all under 1:13.05, which was, of course, the original course record in Kolkata set in 2019. Yes, that certainly was, as I said, the top three men, all of them coming inside that course record that we spoke about, and it certainly was a fabulous achievement. And let's have a look at the Indian men who topped the list over there. We saw them coming in earlier. It's a big moment for the Indian men, the top three who finished up there, and many congratulations to them, and they are being felicitated by Julan Goswami, Abhishek Pal on the top step, and Kalidas Hirave, the second, Srinu Bugatha finishing in third place. All smiles is Julan Goswami as she felicitates them. The Indian men, the elite men, and of course the women's race in the elite category was also record breaking. Tim, we saw three of them all coming inside there. Desi Jisa from Bahrain, Saineba Yimer of Ethiopia, and Mercyline Chelangat from Uganda.
Yes, brilliant racing from these three, but in particular a really inspiring run from the champion, the 25-year-old former Ethiopian, now running for Bahrain, Desi Jisa, who's atop the rostrum there. That is Yima, her time 1:21.18. The course record was 1:22.09 before today. So course records in the women's and men's races. There is Gisa getting her prize of $7,500 US. And her time, 1:21.04. Course record by a big old chunk. 65 seconds, in fact. And she worked for that. I loved the way Gotham, that she looked totally mortal in that last 5-7 minutes. She was hurting.
Yeah, the new mum, as we're talking about among the elite women. And finally, among the Indian women, the person we expected would be on the top step is certainly there, Sanjeevani Jadhav. But joining her on that podium are Monica Chaudhary and Reenu Singh, the top 3 Indian ladies there. One of the Ratnas of TSK 25K there, felicitating all 3. That's the little certificate for Sanjeevani Jadhav. Certainly augurs well for the future of Indian sport. Still a long way to go. Chief Marketing Officer of IDFC First also was out there, Narayan TV, to give away those prizes. As we said, the gap between the first, second and third among the Indian ladies was quite big, but it's something that will change, as perhaps maybe pacemakers are the answer for that.
Well, maybe, yes, but you know, I think you have to remember that these Indian female athletes, and the men as well, are beginning now to push into world class, and therefore they have maybe more choice of races to go to. You know, it's wonderful to have races like this in India, but you cannot expect every top Indian athlete to turn up and do the race. So in other words, they have now got more choices. They can travel abroad, they can find other races to do. And it may be that with their race plans in the future, perhaps a marathon in the new year, perhaps Mumbai coming up, they feel that this race just doesn't sit well in their preparation, in their build-up. Athletes have to get that right. You cannot run a race just because somebody's pushing you to do it. It's got to work between you and your coach. You've got to come to the right decisions.
Yes, but have a look at this. I think this is, when we talk about inspiration, we can talk about this as being an inspiration. The NGOs who are at TSK 25K, ADSW, the APPL Foundation, the Blue Star Foundation, the Calcutta Social Project, Canning Swannirbhar, Chaya PRCA, the Concern India Foundation, Dakshini Prayash, and Digambarpur Angikar, all the foundations, and there's so many others who have joined in there. Future Hope, Habitat for Humanity, India Trust, Human Development Center, many who have been there in the past, many who have joined in before, Mukti, a name we are familiar with, and so many others, because we kept saying that when you talk about running for a cause, it's about getting all these foundations, all these NGOs who do so much throughout the year, and along with all the corporates there. Look at that familiar names: PwC, LIC Housing Finance, Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited, Gainwell, Everready, Rallis, Blue Star. The Blue Star there is a corporate. Blue Star also have their own foundation. So you can see between the NGOs and the corporates, this is really the crux of what marathon running, what distance running is about. You've got the international elite athletes who come there, they pick up their great prize money, but you also know there's so much going back into the system, and that's where the NGOs come in.
It's a complex chemistry, you know, getting these big races right. And actually, when I first started coming to India, got them about 15, 16 years ago, not all the pieces fitted together perfectly. It wasn't the perfect jigsaw. It was also banged together, if you like putting a mallet on top of a jigsaw puzzle to make it fit together. Now I think it's working much better, much more smoothly. You know, the elite athletes, the elite Indian athletes are getting better and better. The race organisation continues to get better and better. It started off really strong when I came to the first Mumbai Marathon many years ago. But also, part of that mix is not only getting the volunteers and the city authorities to work with the race, but also the charities. You want charities to come on board, for the runners to understand the psyche involved in actually running for charity, running for a cause is very important too. In the UK, it's been a massive thing for many years. The London Marathon raises tens of millions every year. It's beginning to spread into continental Europe, but it's taking a long time. Not every country gets it, but in India here, it's absolutely happening.
And of course, we've got so many moments that go hand in hand with all the numbers that we've talked about. And there you can see that's the next generation being inspired. I'm sure she's going to be out there in a few years from now running the 25K, trying to break a record. For the moment, she's just being inspired by the previous generation, by all the wonderful names that we've seen, by the record breakers that we've seen, not just the record-breaking athletes, but the record-breaking numbers that we are seeing. More and more people coming out on the streets of Kolkata and joining in the fun and joining in the festivities almost, as we are about a week away from Christmas. And that's the time Kolkata also comes to life. I know in the West they celebrate Christmas with great gusto, but Kolkata is another one of the cities where Park Street was along the route of the 25K, and we could see the lights already in place for the celebration that will no doubt come over the Christmas and New Year season. For now, it's just almost a dress rehearsal to that, as the big numbers finishing off the Ananda run for something that started off, well, almost 4 hours ago at 5:40 in the morning. We'll take a quick break, just a little bit more, as we wrap up what's been a monumental 7th edition of the Kolkata Tata Steel 25K.
Hi, this is my first 25K and I'm really excited. Focusing on my training and being consistent, I think, is going to be the key to finishing well. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
Get set for the fireworks in the Test Series. Bangladesh versus India, second Test, Thursday 22nd December.
On Sony Sports Network.
Co-presented by PharmEasy, simplifying healthcare, impacting lives. Pepsi, more fizz, more refreshing. Doritos, chips nahi fire.
I'm running TSK 25K for the first time. I'm very much excited. I ran in this event twice earlier in 10K segments. This time I'm targeting 25K and I'm very much excited for the run. Notun Josh, Notun Run.
I think that's been the message. 10K at one point in time, upgrading to 25K, trying to up the ante and have lots and lots of fun. As many of the runners, I suspect that's the North Kolkata running group, who are now celebrating the departure of Tim Hutchings, who was spending a lot of time with them. Now we are back in the studio. Tim is safely back with us, no longer with the North Kolkata runners. They were a good bunch, weren't they?
They were a lovely bunch. I'd much prefer to have stayed out with the ladies at NKR than with you, Gotham. They were a lot prettier than you, I can tell you that. And the energy, wow, they were enjoying themselves.
But I can tell you the third gentleman who's joined us epitomizes energy. He might be just sitting still in a chair right now, but to be behind the force of actually making it all possible. Vivek P. Singh, Joint Managing Director, Procam International, only you can put into perspective what goes behind the results that we are seeing.
First of all, Gautam, thank you. Such a pleasure to have Tim and you here with us in Kolkata. It has been an exceptional day. I tell you, something magical. To have runners from all over the world, to have the Army, the tri-services participate, the Army, Navy and the Air Force in the Vijay Diwas Trophy, to have thousands of runners running the different race categories, it doesn't get much better than this. You know, in civil society, you hear a constant narrative, and you know how news is, you hear news which is not that great. But I tell you something, it's events like this, it's distance running participative events that counter that narrative. The narrative that community is good, community is alive, charity is good, charity is alive, people's spirit is there in togetherness, we are better together. All these different aspects come and are showcased at events like the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. It has been an exceptional day, and I'm so delighted, so humbled, so grateful.
I sense that it's actually more intense, the celebrations today, because of the pandemic. You know, 3 years since the last gathering like this here in Kolkata. Now, of course, running goes on. This whole area is beautiful for training and for running, but for a race of this scale to happen in the city, people have been waiting a long time.
When something is taken away from you is when you realize what its true value is. We were doing this year in and year out, but with this break that the pandemic forced us to have, and it's coming back now, you realize what it was. The people realize the kind of place that the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K has, put itself in the hearts of the people, in the hearts of the administration, the authority. They're saying, man, thank God you're back. It's that spirit, it's that, we need that. People train for 3-4 months. People need something to train for. It's easy to say go out there and train in the morning, but you can't do it unless you have a goal. That goal is events like this.
But it's all about teamwork, really. I mean, you've got a big team of your own, and we've spoken to people from the armed forces who have been here in studio, so they in a sense are playing host because we are on army land. You've got the police who are not only policing the city, but they're running themselves. So it's in a sense people who are partners but also participators.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of participative sport and international events like this. Everybody's a stakeholder. The success of this event is the success of everybody, the success of Kolkata, the success of West Bengal. How wonderful the West Bengal administration have been. Whether it's the government, whether it's the municipal corporation, whether it's the Kolkata police. I mean, that is what civil society is for me. When everybody comes together and says, your success is my success and our success is the success of the whole of the country.
I think what's also great is when you're working with organisations, whether it's local authorities or charities or volunteers, as a race organiser, and you hear the word, yes, we can do this, or that'll be difficult, but yes, we can do it. And clearly that's been the attitude here.
It's a megalopolis. You know it. You guys have been here. It's a megalopolis. To kind of divert traffic, to hold people back, and to do it with a smile. People are going through the inconvenience with a smile. I mean, that's so wonderful.
And these numbers tell the story. I mean, so many in the recovery zone. There were huge numbers in the warm-up zone at 4:30 in the morning, and now that it's all over, they're celebrating, they're relaxing, they're recovering, but I think they're also reflecting on a great day gone by.
How is it that an event can produce 15,000 winners, 15,000 stories of triumph and personal achievement? That is the magic of participative sport. And today that's what it is. There's so many people, I've seen them rejoicing back at the finish line as if they've won more than the gold medal. They don't care who's won the gold medal. They set a personal best to achieve. They achieved that. They won a gold medal in their hearts and minds.
But I think, you know, I mean, 7 years, it's been quite a journey. And I remember a long time ago when it was first starting and I come from this city, people said, Kolkata, winter, early morning, not a chance. And there's the answer.
There's the answer. Truly, truly magic. You're absolutely right. Truly magic, you know. Even though the sun rises first here in the east, running hadn't come here. Distance running hadn't come here. And the way the city has embraced it, did you see the number of women out there? I mean, that was so heartening. There's nothing better than to empower women with a sense of personal achievement.
Is it actually changing culture? Very, very gradually there's a shift because, you know, in so many cultures around the world, women haven't had a fair crack of the whip. But here, I mean, I was with the NKR runners just now, and they were dominant. The guys were in the background, the women were in charge.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not just changed culture. The culture that this event has brought in, the culture of togetherness, spirit, has changed mindsets. And when mindsets change, do we see the success in society?
And of course, we had one of the new additions, as it were, would have the two Ratnas in Jhulan Goswami and Shubhashri Ganguly, and I think that could have been one of the factors other than Tim's presence that attracted more of the women to come.
Yes, you're probably right. You know, both are leading people in their own field, one from the sport of cricket, one from cinema, and that's so wonderful, and they just embraced and took to the event. And of course, you have both of you here, Abhinav Bindra making his presence felt. Fabulous. I mean, what a wonderful person. And every step of the way, if you look back, whether it's the Indian Army and the role they have played, whether it's all the organizations to come forward for a common success, for a common goal, that doesn't happen every day, and that's precious.
Now, Tim, you and I are going to be going across the country not long from now. When 1 year ends, we know Kolkata finishes the year for you. Your work doesn't stop. Probably Monday morning you start thinking about another big event coming up. It's the same house that will be supporting it. Tata Mumbai Marathon coming up. Already plans in place?
It's huge. It's sold out. It's huge. But you know, we don't look at it that way. We look at it as we are blessed that something magical in society is happening through us. I tell my team, and they're more motivated than I am. And that's truly because we believe that we are blessed that we're being able to do. We can't do this on our own. We can't even conceive this on our own. It's when everybody comes together, something magical like this can happen. So I believe we're truly blessed that we can actually, you know, in some way contribute to the manifestation of what you see out there.
Well, I well remember going to the first Mumbai Marathon, and you could count the people in the full marathon, the 42K, in their dozens. There was a few hundred.
Absolutely.
Now you've got thousands running.
10,000 this year.
In the full 42K.
In the full 42K.
That was inconceivable 10 or 15 years ago.
Inconceivable. The half marathon, which is also a pretty daunting distance of 21K, was sold out in about 2 weeks' time, and that's 16,000 people.
Well, of course, we're talking about 42 and 21 in Mumbai, a unique distance here, where the course record was shattered by Leonard Barseton, the defending champion from 2019. Biranu Legese and Victor Kiplangat also were under that. The top three men all breaking the course record here in Kolkata. These were the elite men. In the women's, in the elite, and the men, Abhishek Pal, once again a very familiar figure, Kalidas Hirave and Shrinu Bugata. All three such an essential part of Indian running. And among the women, we had a very competitive race, but Desi Jisa from Bahrain lives in Addis Ababa, 1:21:04, the course record. So was Zaineba Yimer inside the course record, as was Mercila and Chelangat. The top three, so the men and the women inside the course record. Sanjeevani, Monica and Renu making up the top three among the women. I know we talked about the achievement, Vivek, but I think in terms of seeing the course record shattered by the entire podium among the men and the women, that says something.
It doesn't happen, you know. 2019 you had course records. Leonard Barseton set it in 2019. And to have it shattered in the next edition itself, it doesn't happen that often. It is exceptional. And People who don't follow the sport may not appreciate that a course record requires 100 things to come together. Oh, it's the athlete who ran fast. The course has to be perfect, the weather has to be perfect, the support has to be perfect, the timing, the hydration. Only when all this comes together can you get a course record. And to have it back-to-back years, hats off.
All right, well, we've got lots of awards to give away, but these are the ones we've been waiting for. We've seen those 4 inspirational stories, our Notun Josh heroes, and there they are picking up an award, all 4 of them. What a wonderful, wonderful story it is indeed. We saw Asif being felicitated earlier, but these 4 Josh heroes, Rupa Kumari, Saket Surolia, Uday Kumar, absolutely wonderful, and Maya Basnet. There she is, Maya in the sari. That's Rupa Kumari. She's going to get it to Mount Everest soon, once she's got a selfie with Jhulan Goswami done. And then after her, there comes Saket, the cricketer. He'll appreciate this more than once. He's a fast bowler himself. I'm sure he's getting some advice from Jhulan Goswami. And Uday Kumar, another inspirational story. Our Notun Josh stories, our Notun Josh heroes. Look at those smiles. Absolutely wonderful. We talk about elite athletes. Vivek, we cannot leave you without a thought about these little stories that make life the way it is, really.
I tell you, these are 4 or 5 with Asif, and he's been an exceptional story today, as you well know. There are 15,000 of these stories. Each one has conquered some obstacle, some mountain out there to be on the road today. And these are 4 exceptional ones. We celebrate them, but they're receiving this award on behalf of 15,000 others. That is the beauty of our sport. You cannot, we don't have we've got to get to work at 9 o'clock in the morning. We are working athletes. We have to get up at 4 o'clock, because if we don't get our training, we have to punch in at 9 a.m. We have no choice. We don't have a team of managers and physiotherapists and psychotherapists helping us. We got to do everything ourselves. And as a runner, I appreciate that. And still to go out there, to get your personal best, to conquer the distance that you set yourself in, they are heroes. They are absolute champions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Vivek, not just for joining us here, but for keeping on inspiring us and for making this event the way it is.
Thank you so much for having me. Wonderful to have you guys here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim, as always, for making the journey.
My pleasure. No, great. I mean, the elite races dominated again by the Kenyans, the Ugandans, the Ethiopians, and no change there, but a wonderful day of racing. The course records have changed dramatically. And on the shoulders of giants is a phrase I love. You know, I think the 15,000 that have run today, the believe stories we saw just now, so inspiring. They will inspire many more people to come out and run and achieve things that they thought they couldn't.
Yes, of course, we'd also like to thank Mobani as well. She's been out there, she's been very busy. Genia's been busy as well with all the dignitaries. So thank you to both of the girls there as well. But a huge team. Vivek mentioned moments ago that it takes a superhuman effort of everybody, the army, the police, the volunteers, and of course all of Kolkata coming out there to run. 15,000 plus, the numbers are increasing. And if the city doesn't participate, we don't have an event. So along with thanking all our team who brings it to you, I think we need to thank Team Kolkata, in a sense, for coming out there and making the event what it is. For us, the office didn't belong or didn't start at 9 o'clock in the morning. It started at 4 o'clock in the morning. The races started at 5:40 in the morning, and that's what Sunday in December is all about. We're going to see you very soon at the Tata Mumbai Marathon in about a month's time. But for now, from all of us in Kolkata, it's been a wonderful event, and this city continues to run. Thank you all of you for watching. We'll see you soon.